Morning, everybody. Just a gentle reminder, this side of the audience or seating is for all the G20 delegates, and that side is for the DPI Summit delegates. So may I request you all to please switch and seat accordingly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. This side, we request all the G20 delegates to be on your left, so left side of the hall, and my right, and all the DPI delegates towards the right, please. Thank you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Before diving into this exciting program ahead, we have a few important announcements to share with all of you. Your cooperation in following these instructions will help us ensure a smooth and enjoyable event for everyone. First and foremost, we request you to kindly place your mobile phones on silent mode throughout the event, or if possible, please switch them off. This will prevent any unnecessary disruptions and allow everyone to fully engage in the activities and presentations planned for today. We would also like to remind you that photography and videography are only permitted in designated areas. If you wish to capture any special moments, please ensure that you're doing so only in the authorized zones. Thank you very much for your attention, and we appreciate your cooperation with these announcements.
अभी लोग वो स्विच हो रहा है तो 2 मिनट रुक के देन आई स्टार्ट बिकॉज इट वोंट टेक मोर देन 4 to 5 मिनट्स मेरा पूरा वो फर्स्ट पढ़ने के लिए हो गए सब लोग उठ गए इधर उधर हो गया आप लोगों के फ़ोन साइलेंट है ना आपका भी होटल का सबका आपकी टीम को जस्ट बोल के रख देना सबका साइलेंट पे रखने के लिए क्योंकि बाकी लोग आएंगे तो इट विल गेट क्राउडेड Should I start?
Good morning, everyone. Once again, for those joining us now, the left side of the audience is for the G20 delegates and the right side is for the DPI Summit delegates. So request you all to please sit accordingly. And may I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are about to begin. May we request everyone in this hall to kindly be seated. Namaste, Namaskar, and good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests who have graced the Global DPI Summit here in Pune today. We are honored to have with us distinguished honorable ministers from the Government of India, esteemed G20 delegates, and special guests from the government, industry leaders, academia, and the media. Welcome to the Global DPI in the cultural capital of Maharashtra, my city, Pune. I'm your host for today, Chaitanya Rathi, and I'm honored to guide you through this momentous occasion. Pune has been a center for learning arts and literature for centuries. It embraces its advancements in its thriving IT industry. Amidst the city's hustle and bustle, Pune retains its charm and green spaces with serene landscapes. It offers a delightful blend of tradition and modernity, creating a unique ambience for our gathering. We are grateful to Pune for providing us with this culturally rich backdrop as we convene for this Global DPI Summit. This event seeks to explore and address the challenges and opportunities presented by the rapidly evolving digital landscape. It is a timely and crucial discussion that aims to shape policies, foster innovation, and promote collaboration in order to improve the lives of citizens, enhance business environments, and strengthen governance systems. In an era where the digital economy thrives, nations across the globe have recognized significance of DPI in meeting their social, economical, digital, and sustainable development needs. DPI serves as the foundational framework for the digital ecosystem, benefiting the stakeholders of the digital economy. Although DPI, particularly its building blocks like digital identity, digital payments, and data exchanges are adopted widely, however, challenges persist in terms of globally acceptable definitions, its adoption in low and middle income countries, and dispersed information on DPI. Hence, we convene the Global DPI Summit, a platform to address these challenges and achieve the following objectives. Firstly, to build a better pragmatic understanding of DPI. Secondly, we will showcase remarkable DPIs of G20 members and invited countries and their impact on the national and global digital economy. Thirdly, to deliberate on critical success factors with key stakeholders. Furthermore, we aim to share the know-how and best practices of DPI, and lastly, to support one of the key deliverables from the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, that's DEWG, to the globe. The summit aligns with the theme of the Indian G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, and One Future, emphasizing unity, inclusivity, and sustainability. Alongside international experts, policymakers, and practitioners, we will explore the immense potential of DPI and its role in shaping the future of digital governance. During the course of this event, we will witness engaging discussions, insightful presentations, and thought-provoking exchange of ideas. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us embark on this incredible journey towards a digital future that holds infinite possibilities. We're awaiting the arrival of our ministers, our honorable ministers who have just inaugurated the Global DPI exhibition next door, and as soon as they're here, we'll be ready to begin. Thank you very much for your patience and your attention. We'll be ready to begin in a couple of minutes as soon as our honorable ministers arrive. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to this Global DPI Summit. I'm your host, Chaitanya Rathi, and before we commence with the event, we would like to symbolically illuminate the path of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. In our rich cultural tradition, lighting the lamp holds a special significance as a symbol of positivity, harmony, and auspicious beginnings. May I invite our honorable dignitaries to please join us for the lamp lighting, starting with Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, as well as Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Mr. Georg Mantashan, the First Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Tamba Edward Juana, the esteemed Permanent Secretary of Sierra Leone, Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh, the Honorable Minister of Suriname, and Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And I also request our G20 delegates and our DPI Summit delegates to join us to perform the ceremonial lamp lighting. May the radiant glow of the lamp ignite the spark of inspiration within us and guide us on this transformative journey. Let us join together as we light the lamp, signifying the commencement of this remarkable event. Let's have a round of applause, everybody, for the lamp lighting. Thank you, everyone. May I now invite all our dignitaries to please join us on stage, starting with our Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, as well as Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the First Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of Republic of Armenia, Mr. Gevorg Mantashan, the esteemed Permanent Secretary of Sierra Leone, Mr. Tamba Edward Juana, the Honorable Minister of Suriname, Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh, and Secretary Mighty, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma. All right, may I request everyone to kindly be seated. Everyone towards the front, please be seated. And we begin with the inaugural session. Once again, a gentle reminder to everyone to please keep your phones on silent mode. And may I now request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to please come forward and deliver the welcome address. Please join me in welcoming Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma.
Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Excellency Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh from Suriname, Excellency Mr. Gevorg Mantashan from the Republic of Armenia, Excellency Mr. Tamba Edward Juana from Sierra Leone, Excellency the Ministers from the state of Tanzania and Antigua and Barbuda, Kenya, Trinidad and Tobago, and other distinguished ministers who have been attending this digital public infrastructure conclave today, distinguished delegates from the G20 members, guest countries, international organizations, experts from industries, academia, startups, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great privilege and honor for me to be here in your midst this morning on the opening day of the third meeting of Digital Economy Working Group at Pune, which is a flourishing IT and startup hub of India. It's a historic city. I am sure you will be witnessing it in next 2 days when many important events in India's history have taken place in this place. The Chhatrapati Shivaji, who is supposed to be one of the bravest kings of India, had actually ensured when they fought with Mughals and ensured that this part of India was never under any other sovereignty. Same thing happened when the movement of freedom started in India, and one of our great freedom fighters, Lokmanya Tilak, he started his freedom movement from here. So it is indeed a good city, and as it developed over a period of time, it became a place of knowledge, innovation, technology, and IT and startups. So I would like to cordially welcome you all in this global DPI summit, which is being held today. In recent years, the global economy has been steadily shifting towards the digital space, which has created new opportunities for inclusive and sustainable growth. And the G20 Digital Economy Working Group is an important and crucial working group that can assist nations in navigating present and upcoming economic situations. The Digital Economy Working Group has previously talked about creating connected, secure, and safe digital technologies to create a digital economy that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. As the chair of DEWG this year, my ministry plans to expand the accomplishments and commitments of previous G20 presidencies while presenting a fresh approach towards G20 members' engagement. There are three main priority areas for tackling this G20 India presidency, which we have introduced in the first DEWG meeting, which was held in Lucknow, attended by many of you in February this year, which included supporting digital skilling and upskilling to create a future-ready workforce, aiding the development of digital public infrastructure, and promoting cybersecurity in the digital environment. The second meeting of DEWG, which was held in Hyderabad last month, enhanced the conversation on the above priority areas amongst the G20 member states, guest countries, and international organizations. It strengthened our enhanced cooperation to build an inclusive and sustainable global digital economy led by G20 members. The next 3 days will further the G20's DEWG agenda for the year 2023 and help achieve key and tangible deliverables as proposed with the support of G20 members and our guest countries and organizations. Today's agenda, friends, is Global DPI Summit. The G20 Digital Economy Working Group this year has identified digital public infrastructure as one of the key priority areas. Digital public infrastructure has been widely used by nations across the globe to meet their social, economic, digital, and sustainable development needs. Digital economy and its stakeholders have been the main beneficiary of DPI. And during the COVID pandemic, I am sure many of us have seen the states who had good digital public infrastructure have been able to do much better than the countries who left behind. Although DPIs, especially their foundational building blocks, namely digital identity, digital payments, and consent-based data exchanges, are widely adopted, there are challenges in accessing resources and technical capabilities for DPI, especially in low and middle income economies. Therefore, the G20 DPI Summit is beginning today with showcasing remarkable DPI initiatives of G20 member countries and other invited countries and their impact on the national and global digital economy. This will help in understanding and sharing the know-how and best practices of DPI. This is in core alignment with the theme of the India G20 presidency, that is One Earth, One Family, One Future. I'm happy that the summit has a diverse participation ranging from international experts, policymakers, and practitioners from G20 members, invited guest countries, and international organizations working in the field of digital government. Besides, we have participation led by honorable ministers, senior leaders, and officials from many countries. And some of them are there from Kenya, I have mentioned Sri Lanka, and Malawi are also joining us soon. Some of the countries have shown keen interest in adopting India's digital public infrastructure and will be signing MOUs during this summit. The participation of so many countries in this global DPI summit and their interest in signing the MOU is a validation of demand coming from the low and middle income economies and countries for adoption and deployment of DPI in their countries. However, India is keen on taking government-led multi-stakeholder approach in coalition with various countries for implementation of DPIs in LMICs. We have floated a concept on One Future Alliance with the same spirit of inclusive approach. We earnestly look forward for the active cooperation of our G20 members and guest countries. There is Global DPI exhibition which has been opened in the morning, where G20 members and invited countries have showcased and demonstrated their population scale DPI at the stalls. I am sure some of you would like to visit those stalls and have a look at how those have transformed lives, whether it was ease of living for the citizens or ease of doing business for the business community and MSMEs, and ease of governance for the government functionaries. All these three elements can be seen in the exhibition. Now I come to the DWG agenda for 2023. India has already initiated focused deliberation on all the three priority areas since the first working group meeting. These include: 1, the digital public infrastructure for digital inclusion and innovation; 2, security for a safe, trusted, and resilient digital economy; and 3, digital skills, building a global future-ready workforce. The third DWG meeting will deliberate on the key deliverables, initiatives, and supporting documents, including the cyber awareness and digital upskilling and reskilling toolkits. Based on what was discussed under each priority areas in the first and the second meeting working group, the third DWG meeting will focus on the drafting process for the ministerial declaration, which will be held, the ministerial meeting will be held in August in Bangalore, by taking inputs from all the G20 members in the meeting. I think we have discussed in detail about the DPI, where the India's presidency look forward to elucidating the benefit of DPI and offer a cohesive framework to build similar DPIs across G20 countries as per individual countries' requirements. The DPI agenda under the DWG will also focus on low and middle income countries and devise funding mechanisms for developing DPI ecosystem in those countries through capacity building, technical assistance, and funding support by the G20 members. Towards this endeavor, the concept note of One Future Alliance has already been floated. The OFA seeks to be a multi-stakeholder consortium that catalyzes international cooperation on DPI for pooled financing through the One Future Fund and global repository for sharing best practices, data capacity, and technologies. The OFA also seeks to address the critical gaps in the upstream financing required to cover actions to support 75 LMICs in the redesign of their digital infrastructure and create new governance and cooperation framework for the implementation of DPI and digital public goods. I hope that the need for global leadership in DPI funding and implementation is recognized through the One Future Alliance initiative. The Indian presidency looks forward to the support of G20 member states in fast-tracking the DPI implementation in LMIC through this alliance. Sharing best practices has been one of the key mandates of the DWG. With this intent, we have proposed creating an information sharing platform called the Global Digital Public Infrastructure Repository, which will house the best practices, successful case studies, and governance mechanisms to build and scale DPI ecosystems. Security in the digital economy. There is a need for the G20 members to adopt a shared responsibility towards making the digital economic financial environment more secure. The DWG agenda under India's presidency will focus on developing holistic, high-level principles towards a safe, secure, and resilient digital economy. The focus on digital economy security at the DWG will also feature a commitment to protect children and the youth against cyber threats through a toolkit on cyber education and cyber awareness for children and youth. Digital skilling. This year's G20 DWG agenda seeks to carry forward the previous initiatives on digital skilling and introduce a toolkit that contains a compendium of best practices as well as an indicative strategy to develop digital upskilling and reskilling programs across G20 countries. The G20 digital skilling conversation will also deliberate and discuss on introducing a common reference framework for facilitating the mutual recognition of digital skills across different countries. The digital skilling agenda will also look to create a mechanism to harness and leverage the potential of a global digital talent pool. In this regard, the G20 and the DWG will focus on establishing a virtual center of excellence, which would act as an aggregation platform, providing access to a repository of information on national skill framework, occupational standards, and skill taxonomies for all G20 member states and guest countries. To conclude, today the G20 is taking a lead at the international fora on deliberation on adoption and implementation of innovative digital solutions in a secured manner. This novel approach will lead towards the attainment of an inclusive and sustainable global digital economy. I am sure that the success of these events and deliberations under the DWG will pave the way forward for building the consensus to achieve the proposed deliverables under the Indian presidency. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, delegates, and participants in the third DWG meeting and the Global DPI Summit. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us and setting the tone for this esteemed gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special video presentation that will showcase the Global DPI Summit. Get ready to be inspired and as we witness the remarkable impact of digital public infrastructure initiatives. Please direct your attention to the screen and enjoy this inspiring glimpse into the world of DPI.
From challenges to last mile service delivery to financial inequality and limited access to quality healthcare, education and agriculture, the world is grappling with diverse global and national roadblocks. Technology has the potential to simplify processes, boost the digital economy, and connect people. It has made the world a global village and brought positive impacts in the lives of people and enhanced industrial productivity. Many countries have leveraged upon technology to develop digital public infrastructure. DPI are low-cost, high-value, and high-trust platforms. These are based on open standard, open architecture, and are interoperable, ecosystem-centric, and implemented at population scale. DPI has improved ease of living, ease of doing business, and ease of governance, empowering people and transforming lives by creating a more equitable, efficient, and accessible platform for all. Across various nations, the use of foundational digital public infrastructure, DPI, have gained momentum. By leveraging DPIs, nations have reaped benefits, simplified processes, and enabled presence-less, cashless, and paperless transactions. DPI on identity is empowering the cross-section of society to prove their existence and claim their rights. India's Aadhaar ecosystem has laid the foundation for multiple digital innovations. DPI on online payment is spearheading efforts to achieve greater financial inclusion across countries. India's UPI helped India race ahead globally with a phenomenal 80% financial inclusion. Similar solutions in other countries have revolutionized financial transactions. DPI on data exchange is transforming governance worldwide and innovating solutions contributing to developing newer interoperable systems. From health to agriculture, education and logistics, DPIs are powering digital transformation, creating a more inclusive, accessible and efficient society and improving the quality of life of individuals. Under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the world is one family, India has launched a global version of India Stack solutions in 6 UN languages. DPI is not just about technology, it is about transforming lives, empowering individuals, and building resilient digital ecosystem. Countries can leverage existing DPIs, build and innovate on top of those, and create a vibrant digital ecosystem in their country to achieve prosperity on large scale.
Well, that was a glimpse of the global DPI initiatives and the summit. I think the number of people that are here, I think we deserve a louder round of applause. Let's have a round of applause and get the energy higher in this room. And keep that applause going as, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and honor that we gather here today to witness a significant moment of collaboration and partnership between India and Armenia. We are privileged to announce the signing of a memorandum of understanding between these two nations, marking a new chapter of cooperation in the field of technology and innovation. To mark this momentous occasion, we have the distinct privilege of having with us Mr. Gevorg Mantasyan, the first Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of the Republic of Armenia. Mr. Mantasyan is a visionary leader who has played a pivotal role in driving Armenia's technological development and promoting innovation-driven growth. May I invite both the nations to please join us for signing the MOU. Mr. Gevorg Mantashan, yeah, at the table there, to the left. The memorandum of understanding, the MOU being signed between India and Armenia. We are witnessing a significant moment of collaboration and partnership between the two nations. The MOU has been signed by Secretary Mighty, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, and Mr. Gevorg Mantashan. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Gevorg Mantashan as he graces us with his presence and delivers an insightful address on the significance and potential of this partnership between India and Armenia. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as I invite Mr. Gevorg Mantashan for his speech.
I'm very excited. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I should say thank you to Honorable Minister and the Honorable Ministers, the guests who are visiting here in Pune. As a first Deputy Minister of the high-tech industry in Armenia, I'm responsible for digitalization policy and the cybersecurity and also international strategic economic relations. And so what a great moment to be here, especially on the growing relations between our two nations. What I want to say today, it's more relating to what we are doing during our job, what we are doing and why we are doing it. We are right now discussing about the digital critical infrastructure, the importance for the people who are using it. It's very important to not to forget the reason and for the people for whom we are investing our time to build the environment when we want to hope that it will bring the success. Here I want to put the core, the people, our people and the world where we are living, so for the human race. And we see that we are in a very historical momentum of living all together, when we are on a part of the creating the technologies which could later create their own languages and the technologies by their own. We are in a stage of the countries which are impacted by the harm of the AI as well, by the good of the AI as well. But we believe that it's an important momentum to build the coalition of the countries where the technologies can also be regulated. It's a big issue and a challenge for the people of our days, especially of the public leaders. It's challenging the existence of the state, the importance of the state, but also it will shape the future trajectory of the technology. We want to regulate, but we don't want to limit the technology growth as well. When I said about the people, we think about the population as well. India is a great country. It's one of the biggest population at this moment. We are the less populated. But I was impressed when we were looking in the pavilions to see how much the responsibility India is putting on creating the good for the people, where the India, for all of the people of the India. And this is the important momentum to see how we're using the technology as a good and how it can help to people to fight the poverty, get the access to the quality of infrastructure. And this is a direct example of how we need to work and where we need to focus. The country where I'm coming to, we are 3 million population. This is very hard to compare to the India. When we're talking about the 1.4 billion digital ID users, we are less than 0.5 users, which we want to use in this. So it's very interesting comparison. But here, the most important, it's not that numbers. The most important are the values and the reason why we are doing it. And behind of any technology, people say that there is no emotions. They say there's more are the rational things. And we know that people are in their life, if we want to separate two parts, they are making the decisions emotionally or rationally. I want to really remind about the emotions and the importance not to forget about this, because in the end, this in our life, we are living for and getting the experience to bring the good memories, and the memories are usually relating to the emotions. So I want to thank everybody for this opportunity to talk and unite our efforts, call for uniting the efforts to create the technology we can build better emotions and better experiences for the human race and the people who are living in our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. George Mantasyan, the first Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of the Republic of Armenia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have reached a moment of great significance as we witness the signing of another MOU, that's Memorandum of Understanding, between India and Sierra Leone. The momentous event marks a milestone in the diplomatic relations between the two nations and paves the way for fruitful collaboration and cooperation. To commemorate this auspicious occasion, we are honored to have with us Mr. Tamba Edward Juana, the esteemed Permanent Secretary of Sierra Leone, here with us today. Mr. Juana's remarkable leadership and dedication have played a pivotal role in shaping Sierra Leone's trajectory towards progress and development. May I invite him, along with our Secretary Mighty, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, to please proceed towards signing the MOU. We are witnessing the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding between both the nations, India and Sierra Leone. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we witness this momentous occasion. Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Tamba Edward Juana, the Permanent Secretary of Sierra Leone, as he graces us with his presence and delivers a thought-provoking address on the significance and potential of this MOU between India and Sierra Leone. Please.
Honorable Minister of India, other ministers present here this morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank the Indian government for the invitation to be here this morning and for all the facilities they've put at our disposal since our arrival here. Thank you so much. This is my first visit in India as well as Pune, and I'm impressed with what I have seen so far, the advances that you have made in digitalization. And when I compare that to what we have done in Sierra Leone, it's a far cry. So the memorandum of understanding that we have signed today gives us the opportunity to work closely with the Republic of India to be able to move from where we are at the moment to higher height in digitalization. Africa is home to 1.3 billion people. 70% of that population is below 30 and 60% below 25. That's a huge potential for digital transformation, for investment. A couple of years ago, I met some Africans in Tripoli, and they were about to take the perilous journey from Tripoli to Europe. And I asked them, I said, why are you taking this perilous journey? And you know, it's dangerous, you could die. And one of them said, you leaders in Africa have not made Africa so attractive to us. So we are following our diamonds, we are following our coffee, our cocoa, our minerals to Europe, where they are transforming them into jobs, into a better life. So that's why we are going. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the peril of Africa. But digital transformation or technology gives us an opportunity to invest in our youth, to move away from the extractive industry where we have not gained much, where 60 billion capital flight is done yearly with no benefit to the African population. But we have an opportunity in digital transformation to leapfrog and to be at the same level with other countries in the world. We have the youthful population, we could invest in them, we could do more to make them not to look outward, but inward. And we are looking at countries like India, for example, which a third world nation, the developing nation, that has moved so fast and so far. And today it is sitting at almost the same level with other countries in the West. This shows that if India, China, and other countries, known as third world countries, are capable of doing these things, then we in Africa, we can do that as well. So this signing ceremony is symbolic, but at the same time, it's palpable and it shows that we can live with India together. So on this note, I want to thank the Indian government for inviting us here and for giving us this opportunity to work together as partners in digital transformation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamba Edward Juana. Thank you very much for being a part of this historic occasion. And dear guests, let's get ready to witness another historic occasion, a moment of collaboration and friendship as we prepare for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between India and Suriname. This MOU represents the shared commitment of both nations to strengthen bilateral ties, promote cooperation, and foster mutual growth. To grace this momentous occasion, we have with us the privilege of welcoming a distinguished guest, Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh, the Honorable Minister of Suriname. May I once again request both the nations to please proceed towards signing of the MOU. Secretary Mighty, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma. Along with Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh, the Honorable Minister of Suriname. They're signing the MOU on cooperation in the field of sharing successful digital solutions. The MOU has been signed by both the nations. A round of applause, everybody. And please join me in welcoming and extending a heartfelt welcome to Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh as she takes the stage to deliver an insightful address highlighting the significance and potential of this MOU that was just signed between India and Suriname. Will this be okay? Just rise it for you.
Thank you so much.
You want this?
Yeah. Colleague minister from India, colleague ministers from other countries, all the people here, namaskar, a very good morning to you all. The visit from the President of Suriname, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, to India in January this year emphasized the long-standing bond between our two countries. This was further strengthened last week with the visit of Her Excellency Murmu, President of India, to Suriname. Both presidents made the promise that the relationship between our two nations shall be broadened and strengthened in areas of common interest. I want to thank the organization of this event for the warm welcome and the kind hospitality of the people of India. And I'm very honored to be a part of this country where our ancestors went to Suriname 150 years ago. So we also speak the Hindi. I'm honored to be here today, and I also want to thank my colleague for his opportunity where we can share stage as we are signing an MOU between the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Entrepreneurship and Technological Innovation of the Republic of Suriname. India is one of the main players in the digital world and is willing to assist developing nations in their digital transformation. This MOU sets forth the cooperation and the sharing of successful digital solutions and implementing those solutions at population scales. We are all familiar with the advances India has made in terms of digital transformation. Suriname is excited that India wants to share their knowledge with us, but also go further by assisting us in implementing a custom-based solution for Suriname, which will guide us further on our way in reaching goals for digital transformation. With great appreciation, we are looking forward not only strengthening our ancestral bond, but also socio-economic relationship for sustainable growth of both of our countries and the betterment of our citizens. मैं दिल से आपको धन्यवाद कहता हूँ, मिनिस्टर जी, हमारे स्वागत के लिए, और आप सबको थैंक यू वंस अगेन एंड नमस्कार.
Thank you very much. Once again, I think the number of people that we have in this room, let's have a louder round of applause, everybody. It's a historic occasion and moment that we are witnessing here. And now let's proceed with the event as we have another very special guest with us to share his valuable insights. We are honored to have with us today Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, as well as Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. His notable contributions and visionary leadership have played a pivotal role in driving skill development and fostering digital innovation. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, everybody.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates from the G20, guest countries, international organizations, industry, startups, academia, and media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this Global DPI Summit. I would like to extend a special welcome to all the delegations here for the Global DPI Summit. I understand the ministers and senior government representatives from over 15 countries have joined us for this event, and it is certainly a proud moment for all of us here in India to host so many of you in this Global DPI Summit. For those who haven't yet been to the Global DPI exhibition, I certainly recommend a visit. And many of the G20 members in invited countries have displayed and demonstrated their population scale DPIs. The summit is an excellent opportunity to exchange knowledges, best practices of DPI implementation, and I believe further the advance of global digital public infrastructure partnerships and the digital economy at large. I think there isn't anybody in this room, or indeed there are going to be very few exceptions to the reality that digitalization is today accelerating at an unprecedented pace, never seen before in the history of modern mankind. Digitalization is transforming governments, governance, it is transforming business and enterprise, transforming consumers and citizens' lives all over the world. The global digital economy has seen significant growth and transformation in recent years, specifically in the post-COVID and post-COVID era. It is fundamentally, as I said, changing the way we operate, changing the way governments operate, changing the way enterprises operate, and changing the way consumers have expectations of this new modern world. According to a report by the United Nations Conference on the Trade and Development, UNCTAD, in 2020, the value of global e-commerce alone in 2019 exceeded $27 trillion. And I'm sure that post-COVID, these numbers have increased even further. As we speak about DPI and to the future of DPI, I, on behalf of the Government of India and indeed the people of India, will make this case that if there is any cynic or anybody who's a doubter amongst the people of the world about the power of DPI, look no further than India. India is a test case and a visible beacon to the impact of the efficacy and the efficiency and the impact of digital public infrastructure. As the world's largest democracy and now the world's largest nation, for over 6.5 decades, India's governance has lagged due to the pressures of size, distance, and other factors. And there is a famous anecdote that is used to describe India pre-2014, where 100 rupees left Delhi for the benefit of the poor or the benefit of a citizen. Only 15 rupees reached the citizen because the cost of governance, the cost of democracy was about 85 rupees out of every 100 rupees dispatch. That was the very nature of governance that we saw for over 6.5 decades. Due to the power of DPI that was launched in 2015, that narrative about India, the world's largest country and democracy, has transformed significantly, where now 100 rupees leaves the state capital or a central capital, and 100 rupees reaches the account and benefit for the benefit of the citizen that it was intended for. Over 29 lakh crores, and I say this, I'll translate this in dollar terms, $400 billion have been transferred from the government in terms of subsidies, benefits to the citizens of India over the last 5 years without any leakage and without any intermediation. That is the power of DPI, and that is the power of DPI that India has demonstrated. The other data that I certainly would like to share with all of you is that the digital economy as a percentage of the total GDP for India used to be about 3.5% in 2014. It is almost 10% today, and we expect by 25-26 that number would reach almost 20% of the GDP. This is, again, you would argue, I can argue that this is directly related to the proliferation of digitalization within government and in the overall ecosystem as a consequence of that. India is also working, and I just want to make this point as we talk about partnerships and global partnerships on DPI, is also working on the obvious need to create multiple frameworks for global standard cyber law. We all understand here today that as the technology and the internet has been a force for good, there is also an increasing trend that the technology and the internet in particular can be as much a power for bad. And therefore, we are working with many like-minded nations in developing the future cyber law framework, which is again something that the partnership around DPIs will enable. Let me set some context for you. And I won't make this a long-winded speech. I certainly want to make 2 or 3 points for your consideration. And I'll certainly make this one point, that way back, the India stack and India's own record in digitalization started with a political vision of our Prime Minister way back in 2015, that the status quo that I just described of 85% leakage, 85% cost of governance, 85% democracy was not acceptable if the country needed to grow, if people needed to feel the benefits of governance. And from 2015, technology has, and I believe that is the principal argument of DPI, technology must improve the lives of people and transform governance. In India, as I refer to the case, the India stack that started with an identity layer, which is the Aadhaar layer that granted identity, authenticates identity, has now become a rich, complex stack that is constantly evolving. And as we look towards partnerships as the ones that we just signed today, we see this DPI structure evolving and innovating even further and accelerating even further with the advent of technologies like artificial intelligence, language models, and therefore I think the partnership that we are now today proposing around the DPI is truly a partnership that is win-win for all of those nations around the world that have, in a sense, lagged digitalization all these years. Any narrative for a considerable part of the last decade, any narrative about digital or digitalization was a narrative about haves and have-nots. It was a narrative about some countries and some companies controlling technology and offering that technology at high cost to those who could afford it, and therefore creating a situation of haves and have-nots. And I think this move towards DPI, a global DPI framework, is really about addressing the fact that technology can and must be inclusive, and technology must empower even those who are not necessarily the developed and the advanced nations of the world. A quick, my own thoughts on DPI. We all know, and I think it's been reasonably well established now, that the DPI does good, is good for our people, is good for our governments. But I will make this point to you that the digital public infrastructure movement, this partnership, is really about the future of governance in this digital age. It deals with inclusion, it deals with transparency, it deals with responsiveness, all of which the peoples around the world and peoples around in every country are increasingly seeking. The momentum generated during India's presidency has garnered significant visibility for the DPI approach. We have witnessed its endorsement at the SCO digital ministers level, as well as during the Quad leaders meet, as well in the recent Indo-EU Trade and Technology Council meetings. These endorsements and support serve as a testament to the relevance and potential and the power of the DPI. They also highlight, in my opinion, what is necessary, that is going forward, there has to be more active collaboration and more active participation from member countries of those who seek to be part of this digitalization movement and those who want to play an active role in it. Is DPI only about governance? Is it only about making things easier for governance and citizens? Certainly not. There is clear evidence that DPI can accelerate human progress towards the sustainable development goal. DPI holds immense potential in various crucial areas in achieving these SDGs, and DPIs like identity, digital payments, health have advanced progress on various SDGs like reducing poverty, good health and well-being, decent work and economic growth, and industry and innovation. I certainly, as somebody who spent over 3 decades in technology, want to make this point to those who have still not understood the implication and the offer of the DPI, which is that the DPI is not a one-shoe-fits-all model. This is really about using the power of open source, using the power of partnerships and collaborations in creating innovative DPI platforms that work for that country, for the people in question. And therefore, there is no question, like in the old days where a multinational company or any other tech company would peddle a platform, and that platform was a one-shoe-fits-all model. This is certainly an approach that is very, very different. It relies on the fundamental thesis that technology belongs to all those who consume it, all those who innovate on it, and every citizen of the world, every government of the world should be able to harness the power of innovation without having to pay a huge amount of money for it. What is the other catalytic impact of DPIs? I've already laid out for you, and you by now know that I'm a huge believer in DPI and I'm an evangelist, and this government under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has demonstrated repeatedly across the length and breadth of this nation that DPIs are force multipliers for a population that wants to progress and develop. With the recent adoption of DPIs in low and middle income countries, DPIs have demonstrated tremendous potential for development. So on one part, when we talk about governance and we talk about transparency and we talk about efficacy and responsiveness, we should not forget that DPI also has a catalytic effect on the digital economy of that nation or the digital economy of the community that is implementing it. DPIs can play a vital role in enabling LMICs to leapfrog their development challenges. They can empower nations to bridge the digital divide, enhance meaningful connectivity, create new opportunities for their citizens. Therefore, as representatives of the G20 with a collective contribution of 85% of global GDP, 75% of global trade, and 2/3 of the world population, it certainly becomes incumbent on those who have to support those who need it and those who want. By collectively investing in DPIs, we can unlock a huge higher investment multiplier effect, accelerating the growth of digital economies and societies. I certainly want to, at this stage, share one more catalytic impact of the DPIs. For every country, certainly as we can prove in India, that implements these DPIs, customizes these DPIs, creates additional layers of innovation on their DPIs, there is an ecosystem of startup and innovation that gets built. And in a classic case, let me share with you that the UPI, which today is at the center and core of one of the world's fastest growing fintech ecosystems in India, was essentially a solution to a problem that was a government use case of transmitting subsidies to citizens. And therefore, as governments around the world implement DPIs, solve use cases within the government, you will see increasingly the catalytic benefit of startups and innovation ecosystem developing in your local community, in your local economy and local country. Given all this momentum, given all the benefits of DPI, given the incredible power of partnership and incredible possibilities of partnership, we have floated a concept of One Future Alliance, a voluntary initiative that aims to bring together all countries, all stakeholders to synergize, to shape, to architect and design the future of DPIs that can be used by all countries and all people. I have absolute confidence that the esteemed G20 delegations and all the invitees will carefully consider this proposition, this tremendous offer of transforming the future through the One Future Alliance, and extend their full support and partnership to the important endeavor. As I said earlier on, it is certainly clear that there are powerful measures of good that come out of the DPI, but it is also important for us to consider that as much as the technology and the internet represents a force of good, that there are issues of user harm and criminality. And our approach to G20 cooperation for security in the digital environment is driven by 3 key points. First, we think it's important for governments to formally recognize what the industry already has, that security threats hamper innovation, trust in essential services, and consumer confidence. Second, that security in the digital economy is not a domestic issue, nor is it geographically isolatable. I was just sharing my thoughts with some of our colleague ministers today earlier in the morning, where I said the template for cybercrime and cybersecurity is that the criminal is in one jurisdiction, the perpetrator is in one jurisdiction, the victim is in a second jurisdiction, and the crime could be in a third jurisdiction. So therefore, there is certainly more and more cooperation and a global protocol that is required for us. And this DPI partnership, this One Future Alliance, could also be addressing issues of partnership on shaping the future of our approach towards cybersecurity. My colleague Alkesh Sharma ji has mentioned skilling, and I certainly don't want to repeat what he said, but I certainly will share this with all the participating members today, that skilling is incredibly important as we set forth and reimagine our ambitions, or indeed imagine our ambitions in building a digital economy and expanding our digital economy. And it is again an area where we have done significant amount of work and are happy to partner and offer these abilities and capacities for those member countries who want to also skill their population, skill their citizens as they build this DPI ecosystem and the innovation system ecosystem around it. Let me conclude by just making a few quick points. The digital economy is a powerful opportunity, and DPIs are an enabler of that powerful opportunity. For India, the India Stack and this Global DPI Summit and the conversations around it are aligning with the Indian presidency's vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where we work together as one family for the betterment of our collective future, using technologies and DPIs at its core. Both developing and developed nations have the potential to harness the opportunities represented by this digital economy. It need not be anymore a case of the haves and the have-nots. It is certainly our case, and our Prime Minister has made this point repeatedly, that the coming decade should be known as the techade, a decade of technology opportunities, and this partnership, this type of partnership, certainly will allow all countries to pursue these emerging digital opportunities. I am confident that over the course of this summit and over the course of the next 3 days, the Digital Economy Working Group will collaborate closely to achieve the outcomes that benefit every member involved. Our collective efforts hold the key to shaping a brighter future, a brighter digital future for all of us and all our people. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights and vision, and also taking us through the highlights of India's digital journey. I love the word decade that's coming up for the next decade. It's the first time I'm hearing that word. So before we proceed further, it's important to express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to our esteemed speakers of the inaugural session. Their insightful and inspiring words have set the tone for a remarkable event coming up, leaving an indelible impression on all of us. So thank you everybody for joining us on this memorable journey. May I request our Secretary Mighty, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, to please present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, as well as Electronics. Okay, to Mr. Georg Mantasyan, the first Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of Republic of Armenia. We are just showcasing Atithi Devo Bhava right away here. So our guests are like God for us. May I request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary Mighty, to please present a token of our gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Tamba Edward Joanna, the esteemed Permanent Secretary of Sierra Leone. Presenting a Himru shawl and a plaque. And finally to Ms. Rishma Nimi Kuldeep Singh, the Honorable Minister of Suriname. A louder round of applause, everybody. Yeah, and to our Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, as well as Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And may I invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Singh, President and CEO of National E-Governance Division, NEGD, and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to present a token of our gratitude to Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji for joining us and being a part of this inaugural session. Thank you. May I invite all our dignitaries on the stage for a group photograph in the front before we conclude the inaugural event. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of the inaugural session. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural session of this Global DPI Summit here in Pune, the cultural capital of Maharashtra. All right, distinguished guests, we are ready to delve into an engaging and enlightening panel discussion on the overview of digital public infrastructure. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. This session promises to provide valuable insights into the ecosystem of DPI and its transformative impact on public service delivery in India. In the chair, we are honored to have with us Mr. Melford Walter Fitzgerald Nicholas, Minister of Information, Communication Technologies, Utilities and Energy, Government of Antigua and Barbuda, presiding over this esteemed gathering. Also, we have our esteemed moderator, Mr. Abhishek Singh, President and CEO of NEGD and MITI, with an illustrious career spanning 27 years in governance and policy formulation. Mr. Singh specializes in utilizing technology to enhance governance practices. And let's invite our panel. Our panel includes Mr. R.S. Sharma, Chairman of the Geospatial Data Promotion and Development Committee, Mr. Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, MITI and G20 DWG Co-Chair, Government of India, Ms. Kezom Gaurap Masali, Head of Digital Programs at UNDP, Chief Digital Office, is a visionary working at the forefront of shaping the future of development through digital initiatives and collaborations with governments. Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Special Secretary at MEA, Government of India, oversees the Development Partnership Administration Divisions. Mr. S. Gopal Krishnan, CEO of NHA India, an accomplished officer from the Indian Administrative Services. And Ms. Christine Martin Meyer, Director of Digital Public Goods Charter, a renowned thought leader in digital development with a proven track record of delivering impactful initiatives. All right, may we request everyone standing outside to please come in and be seated. You can carry your cups of coffee inside if you are having a coffee. Please come in and be seated as we'll be closing the door while the session is in progress. And everybody present here, let's have a round of applause for our distinguished panel on stage. And over to you, sir, for the panel discussion.
Thank you, Gaurav, and it's Chaitanya, sorry. Thank you, Chaitanya. It's indeed a pleasure for us to set the tone for this session, and it has already been set with the inaugural, wherein the distinguished ministers and our Honorable Minister explained about DPI, about the context, how it is important, and how it can lead to changing lives. So without any further ado, we are running late and we are trying to catch up with the lost time. We'll try to straight away go into the panel. We have a distinguished panel today who all have been leading digital transformation projects in various capacities and try to share the insights with regard to how various projects implemented globally has led to benefiting people, has led to financial inclusion, social inclusion, providing health services, providing educational services, and we'll be sharing what is the global context, what is the G20 thinking with regard to how we can push forward the agenda of digital public infrastructure, how we can ensure that the learnings made in various countries be shared for the larger global community, and how we can amplify the overall impact that these technologies can have for the welfare of humanity. So with this in the background, I would call upon my colleague Sushil to share the G20 context with regard to digital public infrastructure, what is happening and in what ways we plan to carry the narrative forward.
Thank you, Abhishek. It's fantastic to see such a diverse gathering in this room today, including our G20 delegates, with whom I share a special bond. Since we took up DPI as an agenda under India's G20 presidency, it's heartening to see the global momentum it has generated on DPI. Notable mentions are recently released policy brief by UN Secretary General on Global Digital Compact that asks global leadership to create a common framework and standards for digital public infrastructure. We've also seen endorsements of DPI approach from the highest levels like Shanghai Cooperation and also the joint statement of Quad in May this year. As mentioned by our Honorable Minister, these are the testaments to the relevance of DPI agenda of Digital Economy Working Group. In addition, we've also witnessed considerable momentum in EU, US, African continent, and many other parts of the world. Today, I'll not be speaking about India's success story in DPI, which I'm sure my many co-panelists would be covering in detail. Instead, I'm here to speak as a co-chair of Digital Economy Working Group, where under Indian presidency, we are facilitating global dialogue on essential elements and common principles of DPI. Much of our discussions has focused on evolving the framework of DPI, drawing largely from the DPI implementation in various countries, including many from the global south. Whether it's India, Brazil, Singapore, Estonia, Bangladesh, Philippines, or Thailand, there are some common elements of technology, governance, and community that underpins a good DPI implementation. These are based on certain guiding principles such as inclusion, open standards and open specifications, interoperability, scalability, privacy and security with a whole of government approach. Contrary to the popular perception of DPI is not just about e-governance solution designed to solve a specific problem. Instead, the most defining feature of DPI is that it is an infrastructure, which means that it is a shared means to meet many ends, an infrastructure approach where modularly designed building blocks can be used by various stakeholders to design multiple solutions for various problems. This is the litmus test for figuring out whether a solution is a DPI solution or not. We've also come to a common understanding that the public in DPI means access and delivery of services for the benefit of the public. But then there is a difference between a DPI and a good DPI. A good DPI adheres to the human-centric principles, right-based approaches, safeguards to protect people's fundamental right of privacy, and a strong, responsible, and an accountable governance mechanism. It should also entail a robust grievance redressal mechanism to protect any harm done to the citizens. Through the Digital Economy Working Group deliberations, there is a strong consensus that there is no one approach to DPI. Each country may have a different approaches to the DPI depending upon its technological maturity, its regulatory approaches, and other country contexts. Even within a country, different DPI may have different choice of governance, be it public or private. Similarly, there could be different level of public or private investments in DPI. So both the regulatory approaches as well as the investments in DPI would depend as to on how a country is able to ensure a fair competition and a level playing field for all the players in the ecosystem. However, despite different approaches, there are certain common minimum principles such as interoperability, openness, and inclusion that makes a digital solution a good DPI. Therefore, DPI approach is not a country-specific DPI approach, but it's a principle-based DPI approach where regulations and investments may vary from one country to another and from one DPI to another. It is with these minimum principles that the DPI unlocks the innovation and the entrepreneurship potential in the community or the market. It's then that we unleash the market forces which participates in the service delivery and development of digital economy in general. Such innovations bring down the customer acquisition cost and consequently the transaction cost for the businesses and the customers, and thereby triggering the virtuous cycle of profit and investments in the economy. Further, India has always responded to the concerns of Global South and wants to leverage this opportunity of G20 presidency for their cause. Therefore, given the transformative potential of DPI in accelerating the SDGs, given the resilience which it provides to the economy in general, and given the high multiplier effect of investment in digital technology, India believes that an inclusive and a government-led multi-stakeholder approach would be essential for fast-tracking the implementation of DPI in LMICs. With this intent, we are designing the One Future Alliance, which is a voluntary initiative. This initiative would not only provide the much-needed financing for the countries, but would also provide the global knowledge center for the information sharing and the best practices. Before I end, I want to acknowledge and thank the global effort that has rallied around the DPI agenda, particularly our knowledge partners like UNDP, World Bank, PMGF, my own team members, and many others who have helped us to gather evidence and perspective to support our deliverables and deliberations. Lastly, but not the least, I would also want to thank our G20 delegates who helped us to build a shared common understanding as reflected in the suggested framework of DPI, which is one of our outcomes of Digital Economy Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushil. And no wonder he's leading our efforts towards the G20 meeting, especially on the digital public infrastructure, and the efforts that he's making in bringing together all stakeholders to come to a common ground with regard to how we can put forward the agenda for digital public infrastructure, set up the One Future Alliance, is testimony to what he just shared. I wish you best of luck in the next 2 days, and I'm sure together we'll be able to charter the course. And one of the key partners with us in this journey has been Kezom, who has been supporting us in this whole endeavor. She's the head of digital programs, UNDP Chief Digital Office, and she has been like helping us how we can use digital public infrastructure, digital public goods to link it up to SDGs, and how we can ensure that more and more countries move up on this journey. So I request Kezom to share your perspective with regard to how this can help us in moving forward on this agenda.
Abhishek ji, thank you so much for having me here. And it's a privilege to be part of this esteemed panel and to be among friends and colleagues at the GPI Global Summit. Sushil ji just spoke about the UN Secretary General's policy brief that was released earlier this month on the Global Digital Compact, which is an intergovernmental process that will lead us into the Summit of the Future next year. And in this brief, there is a broader call for collective action and common minimum consensus on digital public infrastructure, so countries around the world can design new approaches to solving the tremendous development challenges the world faces today. So I'm here to set some context on why this is important for the UN and our member states. And let us face it, at the halfway mark of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are not close to achieving the ambitious global goals that have been set by countries in 2015. And we all recognize that our countries, the world, has been through a rough period, record number of displaced people and refugees. I think the highest since 1940s. Climate change is threatening our planet. Millions of people are going hungry, and there are many people, especially girls, that don't have access to quality education. And it's for the first time that even at the United Nations Development Program's Human Development Index, we have gone backwards. So against this backdrop, digital public infrastructure is an extraordinary moment for development. Across our member states, we talk about India, and we just heard from the Minister of State in terms of the cost of governance reducing from 85% to only less than, I think, 5%, to even the experiences that we've seen from our member states, Brazil, Singapore, Norway, from the state of Palestine to Ukraine, from Estonia to Bangladesh, so many to name here. What we're seeing is that some of the boldest experiments in recent human history, if I can call it that personally, building digital public infrastructure to bring the benefits of technology to the core of the development agenda is indeed remarkable. And as UNDP, we began this massive effort 4 years ago with the launch of our first digital strategy. This is why we also have with us our Chief Digital Officer, who's in this room with us and has been the, shall I say, the steadfast steward of this agenda across a number of member states gathering, the G20, Transform Africa Summit, our dialogue with big tech, local digital ecosystems, the G77 members that represent the Global South at the UN, and so on, to name a few. And as one of the largest actor in development, UNDP is an institution that's both hyper-local and global at the same time. And for us, our member states really look at UNDP to establish some thought leadership and to develop new approaches to development. And it is in this context that, to get it right, especially to get development right, to solve the challenges of achieving the sustainable development goals, we have the digital public infrastructure approaching as a critical means to many ends, as Mr. Sushil Pal spoke about. And let's face it, getting digital public infrastructure right, as we also heard from the State Minister, will shape the future of new and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, such as data governance, and so on. So for us at UNDP and the broader United Nations, digital public infrastructure is not just one of the many hundred projects that we have, but a fundamental shift in development. Now, of course, we have a number of digital projects from whom we have learned over the many years, whether it's El Salvador, in Sri Lanka, Malawi, Dominica, and so on. But we are really here talking about the role of digital public infrastructure and how we embed that in development. And colleagues, as we have also heard from the previous speakers of the morning, it is not just about technology. It is about new ways of governance and strengthening the local digital ecosystem. And Abhishek, I just want to mention that as countries are transitioning and responding to the development challenges, it is really important, as we've also heard from my co-panelist Sushil Pal, that it's really important to support a people-centered, rights-based and inclusive approach so that we do not widen inequalities, especially inequalities for the vulnerable or for women. And so for us at the UN, digital public infrastructure is an approach that allows both the physical and digital opportunities to drive inclusion. And we've seen that across our work, whether it's implementing with the government of India COVIN, to the work in Palestine, to Ukraine, and a number of crisis and development contexts, is that it's the 1,000 health workers, the numerous amounts of digital centers that we see in Bangladesh. It's that interconnectedness and the interoperability of digital systems that is going to enable the physical points to become more effective, more accountable, and more transparent. So as the United Nations, our member states are certainly looking for collective action, for that global minimum consensus around digital public infrastructure. And as we get ready for the UN General Assembly in September, we're going to see a great dialogue around this issue, and hopefully we can bring some of the outcomes of the Digital Economy Working Group and of the Indian G20 presidency for greater deliberations among all member states. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kezom, and you rightly said that the way the digital public infrastructure movement is going and the way it impacts all the countries in the UN ecosystem, we need to bring together, we need to share the best ideas, and that's how link it to the development. So, and thank you for supporting us in this endeavor, and I'm sure with your efforts and Sushil's and the entire G20 stakeholders, plus the countries which are taking part in the Global DPI Summit, we will make the objectives of the One Future Alliance a reality very soon. So thank you for that, and that with the context of Sushil and Kezom has said, we need to, now I would like to have Dr. R.S. Sharma to share. He has been the architect of most of the India Stack projects, the ones that we are seeing outside in the exhibition, whether it's the Aadhaar project or whether it's the DigiLocker or the UPI or the Umang or most recently the vaccination platform that India built. He has been leading almost all our key digital India initiatives from the forefront. We all have been learning a lot from him, and it's been an honor and privilege to have on this panel and to share from his experience in what ways it benefits people at large and in what ways it can benefit the people in the world with this kind of initiatives. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Abhishek, and Your Excellencies. It's really my privilege and honor to be here in this gathering, sharing what India has done and also sharing some of the attributes and some of the characteristics of our digital public infrastructure and how that is replicable across the world, not only in various domains but also in a horizontal manner. So let me begin where it all began, in a sense that DPI was not a very fashionable word. In fact, we had not even heard of this term at that point in time. In 2009, India started its tryst with digital identity infrastructure. And we used to call it digital identity infrastructure. It started in 2009. And when we were planning for some of the attributes which this infrastructure must have, we had certain overarching objectives. One was it should be frugal in the sense that it should basically not cost much. You know, UK's digital ID was costing 135 British pounds. Ours was costing just about £1 British per ID. Cost. It should be pluggable. It should be an identity without eligibility. It should be basic identity. It should just solve the common problem of all the domains where when you access any formal system, it asks you the question, who are you? So that who question must be solved. It should be interoperable. It should be minimal by data collection. We should not collect more attributes. It should be unique. It should be digitally verifiable anywhere, anytime. And it should also basically be able to build innovations on top of that. So these were some of the principles which we had completed. And of course, privacy was not that important at that point in time, but privacy by design was inculcated into that project. And I think Aadhaar's implementation, now that it has got 1.35 billion Aadhaars, then of course we have built a lot of services, authentication, 91 billion authentications, 15 billion electronic KYCs, e-sign, digital locker. All these innovations happened on top of Aadhaar, which are actually delivering services. Most importantly, the Aadhaar became the universal financial address. With that, we have been able to transfer direct benefit transfers to millions of people, and especially it has been very, very, useful in COVID times, where transfer took place to, and as the minister was mentioning, $325 billion is the overall transfer which has taken place. That's one. Second came the Digital India program by our Honorable Prime Minister, and its vision was A, digital identity as an infrastructure to citizens, B, software and services on demand, and C, citizens empowerment. And the overall vision was to develop India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. And with that started a number of other things. In 2016, UPI came, and UPI is now 9 billion per month transactions are happening. And thereafter, a number of other things came. But the horizontal building blocks which India created, they are now serving various domains. So for example, when COVID came, then we built CoWIN. And in CoWIN, this digital identity, the OTP, the mobiles, they all played an extremely important role. And we designed CoWIN to be a system of open APIs, open standards, so that others could connect, because we were aware that single application will not be able to do the job. And today you have 135 applications connected with CoWIN. CoWIN now has got 2.2 billion people's vaccination data, and their vaccination schedules happening, portability in vaccination, anybody could download certificates, digitally verifiable certificates. All these things have started happening. So what I want to say is, from the digital identity, which is very foundational and fundamental, from the payment, which is again a domain, neutral kind of utility, we are now creating, domain-specific utilities, UHI, Unified Health Interface, which enables interoperability, which enables search, booking, availing, and, the facilities for the health stack. We created Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, again on the fundamental principles of interoperability, openness, and those kinds of things. And today, we have 400 million, the Ayushman Bharat health identities being created, 400, around the same number of records being linked. And therefore, this is also a very, very thriving ecosystem. Again, health is an extremely sensitive area, and everybody is bothered about the privacy of the data. And one fundamental principle which we have evolved is, who is the controller and owner of the data? The controller and owner of the data is a guy to whom the data belongs. So without his consent, we just cannot transfer the data. We just cannot show the data to somebody else. So if the patient has to show the data to the doctor, he has to give the consent. So therefore, consent and notice and information, all these are again very, very fundamental attributes. So I think what is, as rightly said, you said it, that it's not about, building, it's not about technology. It's about creating certain fundamental principles on which the digital public infrastructure must operate. And those principles are quite universal in nature. Everybody wants to have control of his or her own data. Everybody wants to have systems which, on which one can build innovations. There are startups happening. So I think these things are going to be the very, very important characteristics. And now we are building in the digital commerce space also. One fundamental change which we have brought about is from a platform-centric approach, we are now coming down to network-centric approach. See, network-centric approach is always an approach where it is very democratic. Democratic in the sense that the cost of entry or the entry barriers are minimal. Otherwise, platform approach create monopolies. There's only one Amazon, there's only one, Twitter, there's only one Google. There are, Facebook, for example. So those kinds of monopolies should not develop, and that is where we have come from a platform approach to a network approach. I would have explained it much better, had I got more time, but then I think that's what I wanted to share with you. Very, very happy to, sort of collaborate, partner with anybody who is interested in this particular area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And as sir said, he has so much of wealth of experience, but he is available here after the meeting. If any country or any delegates want more sessions with him, we will be happy to set it up. But there's a lot to learn, and what he mentioned about the consent or about the approach, ultimately it's not about technology, it's about ensuring better governance, ensuring better access to services. And one more thing that I would like to add is that this global DPI movement, it requires a lot of stakeholders to come together. And one key stakeholder who has been supporting us in this cause is the Digital Impact Alliance. And we have Christine Martin-Mayer. She is Director of Digital Public Goods, and she has a lot of experience with regard to digital payments or how technologies can help impact agriculture. So we would request Christine to kind of share her perspective and how we can work together for furthering this cause.
Great. Okay, is that on? No. Yes? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Abhishek, and all of the distinguished guests. It's wonderful to be back in India. I, as mentioned, am working on a collaborative effort called the Charter for Digital Public Goods. Digital public goods is somewhat of a fancy term for open source for the public good. It is a term that has been defined by the Secretary General of the United Nations, and it has a definition and a 9 set of standards that you can look up online if you're curious. That includes open source, commitment to do no harm, commitment to shepherd the SDGs. And so what we're really looking at is this intersection of where can digital public goods help to accelerate digital public infrastructure. So some of the donors, such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, GIZ, UNDP, USAID, and others came together to say, how can we really understand better this intersection of using open source to accelerate digital public infrastructure? And so we know that open source is not always the answer to the types of systems that we're going to want at the infrastructure level, but we also know that there's a ton of investment that's already happened. Countries like India have already created systems that work. And recreating the wheel doesn't really make sense, especially for countries that might have lower technical capacity or less resources to recreate those systems and software. And so why not make sure that that code is reusable so that countries can actually take that and work with it. So we're really looking at digital public goods because we're hearing from countries that they're demanding this type of software, open APIs, open standards, to make sure that their DPI is customizable, that they can avoid getting locked into vendor contracts that they don't actually want to be in, and that they have control over their own data, over the data that their country generates so that they can actually make use of it. We've led a one-year campaign around this charter. So the charter is a written document that will live on for much longer than a year, but we're actually coming to the end of the campaign where we've gathered a lot of impact stories as to why this matters to countries. And so I'll just leave you with 3 examples. So one in education from Sierra Leone, who we already saw this morning, who is really leading the continent, the African continent, in thinking about how and implementing DPGs at the DPI level. And so they've implemented something called Results Checker, as among many other efforts, where students and parents can actually check exam results remotely. This has saved the country in 1 year almost $2 million, which I know is not as big as some of the numbers that we're hearing from India, but it's a much smaller country, and allowed, really helped to make and drive a more inclusive education system. A second story from here in India, but one we hear a little less about, there is something called Digit implemented by the eGov Foundation, which is implemented at the municipality level. And Digit allows community members to actually report problems to the local government and get them fixed. So we've heard stories of women in their community who've been able to use Digit to report, for example, a clogged stormwater drain that was, really unsanitary, it smelled bad, it wasn't fun, and also was facilitating the spread of dengue fever. By reporting that through this digital public good, they were able to get that stormwater drain cleared and improve the lives of everybody in their community. A third story is from a bit of a different note, something called the Africa Flying Labs, which is a network of local innovators working specifically in the drones and artificial intelligence space. And Africa Flying Labs is doing a ton of training for young people. We heard this morning how young the continent of Africa is. And they are able to use globally relevant digital public goods, such as OpenStreetMaps, to train youth, but in a way where the youth are become creators of technology and not just passive users. I think this is a key theme, again, is why we're hearing countries demand digital public goods, is because they see an opportunity to be creators, to help customize systems to make them work for their own unique needs and not just to be passive users of technology, which will be key to creating a more positive digital future that works for our people and communities. So I'll finish there and pass it off. Thank you again.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you especially for sharing the various stories about digital public infrastructure from across, whether it's Africa or Sierra Leone. And that also shows that whether the country is large or small, there's a lot that we can learn from each other. And especially with regard to Digit that she mentioned, I would like to mention that Digit has a exhibition stall in the exhibition Digital India Expo that is placed, and we also have projects like ONDC which are coming up, which are going to change the way e-commerce runs in. So I would request the delegates, whenever you find time, do go and study what Digit eGov Foundation is doing, or what ONDC is doing, and what other projects that are showcased are showing. So thank you, Christine, for sharing your insights. We also have Mr. Gopalakrishnan, who is the CEO of the National Health Authority, and he is leading the implementation of Ayushman Bharat Health Mission, as also the what R.S. Sharma sir mentioned, like how CoWIN is transforming into UWIN, a universal vaccination platform, and there also we are working with the international community and trying to ensure how technology can transform health services. He brings in a lot of experience of leading, having led several projects in the technology space, and now requests Gopal sir to share his insights with regard to the digital public infrastructure story.
Thank you, Abhishek, and good morning to all of you. If in case you were busy with your mobile, or if you've had a heavy breakfast, you wouldn't have missed much, because I'm just going to repeat a bit of what R.S. Sharma sir just said. So, because the message is the same, it's just packaged differently. So, we are talking about public digital infrastructure. So, why digital? In the context of healthcare, I would claim that there is no other way out. Big or small, if you want to vaccinate everybody, I mean, healthcare, the focus itself is changing. It is not just a response. It's going to be preventive. More and more people in the future are going to have stuff like diabetes and cancer and stuff like that, not the occasional malaria or flu, etc. So you got to track people, screen them, and then treat them, etc. So digital and healthcare are like made for each other for the future. Now, with respect to the next stage about all this digital infrastructure, I'll just focus on what works in India for India's scale is very different, which I think Dr. R. Sharma made out very clearly over a variety of infrastructure like payments or identity, etc. But with respect to healthcare and in other countries, there are a couple of caveats which I would like to focus. Each country is different. I mean, what works in one country may not in toto work in another country. But there are certain basics. There are certain specifics where we can't have too many players, like your identity database. I think it has to be unique. If you come to healthcare, there are certain basics which you require, like your registry of healthcare facilities, your registry of doctors, your drug registry. In all these things, there is not a multiplicity. So that's where any country which wants to implement a public digital health infrastructure has to get its basics clear on these things and the policies, like what was just mentioned about the privacy policies, etc., how data is used, etc. But one critical thing is, it is not going to be a one-man show or a one-horse show. Healthcare, in particular, in countries big and small, is going to be an arena where there will be a plethora of players. And it will be mixed, public players and private players. So the basics, and that is where what Sharma sir just mentioned about this interoperability. You need to have infrastructure platforms on which, based on your basic registries, which it could be identity and help with payment, etc. The service provider could be some small company in Bangalore or anywhere else. So we are looking at how there will be a plethora of players and the role for the recipient country. I would say recipient in terms of a country where a technology tried and proven elsewhere is sort of being tried out in a new environment. So the basics is to think about the ecosystem, think about the basic policies, which could be about data, about privacy, etc., and then fashion it. There needs to be a lot of customization required. What works in one country may not definitely be immediately replicable in other country. So I would just leave these as caveats. Otherwise, models to be seen are enormous, be it telemedicine or imaging diagnostics. The scope for technology applications in the health domain, we are just at the tip of the iceberg, and there's a lot more to be done, and there's a lot more to be learnt. But we should just be cautious that we got to shape it to our requirements and adapt it. So with these few words, I would commend everybody to look at what has happened in India and take the best depending on your requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Gopal sir. And one of the projects that's being implemented by the Ministry of Health, the E-Sanjeevani telemedicine project, that is also showcased in the exhibition outside. And today at the inaugural, it was very heartening to see that the minister, Honorable Minister from Suriname, she actually did a real-time consultation with a doctor and got an actual prescription, an e-prescription there. So she was not feeling well and she could actually connect. So that was a demo, live demo that happened. So any one of you who is feeling fatigued or tired, there is a doctor available, a virtual doctor available at the Digital India Expo. So you could go that, and that's courtesy the Ministry of Health, which Mr. Gopalakrishnan represents. So thank you, sir, for your insights. In this entire endeavor for organizing the Global DPI Summit, the Ministry of External Affairs has been a pillar of support. With their help, we have got delegates from across the world who have joined us today. So it's our honor and privilege to welcome Prabhat Kumar, sir, Special Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, will give us his insights of how we can take these stories of India from across the world to the entire global community. So welcome, sir, for your insights.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you very much for this introduction. And I'm very happy to be here today. And I must congratulate Ministry of Electronics and IT for hosting the Digital Public Infrastructure Summit along with the Digital Economy Working Group meeting. I was very happy to see in the morning the signing of 3 MOUs, and I believe some more MOUs will be signed during the next 2 days. So that is a good development. And I would like to start from where we started our journey of G20 chair. When Prime Minister wrote on December 1st, he said, our G20 priorities will be shaped in consultation with not just our G20 partners, but also our fellow travelers in the global south, whose voice often goes unheard. So it was in this context that we held a Voice of Global South Summit, a virtual summit in which 125 countries participated. And one of the conclusions of the summit was that the global south must share the innovations and technology which is occurring within those countries. And when I see today's event, this is an effort to share whatever India has done in last few years. And we have seen that during COVID, how we have shared our medicines, our platforms, and also the vaccine with the world. And it is in that spirit that Ministry of External Affairs and India operates, that we are ready to share whatever developments India has achieved, especially in the digital world. So I represent the Development Partnership Administration of MEA, that is Ministry of External Affairs, which deals with the loans and the grants that we extend to our partner countries. And so far we have done a lot of physical infrastructure like dams, power plants, and but now we are willing also to go into digital infrastructure, and we are already working with many countries in this regard. And this is to open up that during the next 2 days I am available, and we can discuss in what way MEA can come in helping you, in helping the other countries, and also share whatever you have with, so that there is a good synergy between the countries. So it is in this context that MEA is ready to help. Of course, we have discussed all the whatever we have, the things that we can offer, especially the UPI, the Universal Payment Interface, or the Aadhaar, the identity document, or health and the health sector. But of course, every day as the stack, you will see there's new things developing, and and on the India Stack platform, and which is available and which can be shared. But from countries participating, also we would like to hear how they feel about the developments in their countries, and in what way we can collaborate. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the perspective. And with your support, we look forward to, as you mentioned, a few more MOUs to be signed. So the summit, the DPI summit, is continuing till tomorrow, and we hope to support, we work together with MEA towards that objective. So before I request His Excellency Honorable Minister from Antigua and Barbuda to give his concluding remarks, who is chairing the session, if maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions, if any. Otherwise, I go straight to the chair of the session for his concluding remarks.
Yes.
Anyone with any questions or suggestions or insights? So I guess no, because the agenda is such that we all are so aligned that we only need to go forward on the issue and try to get it actually done. So with this, I would now request His Excellency Honorable Minister of Information and Communication Technologies, Utilities and Energy from Antigua and Barbuda, Shri Melford Walter Fitzgerald Nichols, to give his concluding remarks.
Yes, and thank you very much. I'm struggling with your name at this moment, but let me just say that the government of Antigua and Barbuda is delighted to be represented here at this summit through the Indian High Commissioner in Guyana, who represents the CARICOM region where I'm from. Back in 2014, the government of Antigua and Barbuda initiated a digital transformation program to move ahead with our own digitalization program. But we were constrained by a number of factors, and chief amongst which was the idea of cost, and certainly the whole idea of the capacity that existed within the state for us to be able to effectively make this transformation. We really had to start from the beginning. We had to start from rebuilding the physical infrastructure, the G1s, the cloud infrastructure, the data centers, and of course the whole question of dealing with the automating the various departments of government. We have come thus far, but we are still constrained. Software development and software engineering was always a major constraint that we had. And so we were at the mercy of a number of global software service providers. And of course, the costs of doing business with these outfits was always a limiting factor. And so clearly, we are now chafing at the bit, to use a term of art, to be a part of this inclusion that the Indian government has afforded us. And I would have to say, I'd have to give a special salute to the government and people of India. Not only have you been a supporter of our small island development state during COVID, because we had to rely on the AstraZeneca vaccines coming out of India during that most horrid time in all of our own experiences. And I think we were one of the first regions that benefited from the vaccines from India and from your good charity. But in addition, we, back in 2017, were struck by one of the most ferocious hurricanes, and it literally wiped out one of our islands. And again, the government of India had extended its help to Antigua by helping to rebuild one of the public hospitals on Barbuda. So again, now that you're providing this great amount of development assistance for us, and I can assure you, I will be gleefully signing the MOU a little later on during the program. So I'm looking forward. We have just recently landed the fourth campus of the University of the West Indies in Antigua. It's only about 3 years old. And certainly they have looked at the whole question of information communication technology. I'm certainly going to be interested in cementing, when I spoke with Minister Chandrasekhar this morning, that we are going to be able to leverage the many universities that are here in India. India has been for a very long time a world power on the stage of digital transformation. So I'm certainly going to be looking forward to making those connections and linking our university with the university here such that we can improve on the capacity and certainly to make the best benefit of the India stack as it has been presented. So I would want to say that I'm looking forward to the continued engagement with this particular program. My director of IT is here with me, and I know he's absorbing every bit that he can absorb. And certainly on my first view of the exhibition this morning, I was very impressed with what's on display. So I'm looking forward, and this has been my first visit to India, certainly my first visit to Pune, and I do want to thank all of the persons who have made my stay so far a very welcome event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. And I must say that the partnership or the MOU, whatever we sign, will further the bond that we have with Antigua and Barbados. And all of us, I'm sure most of us we share a lot, including cricket, and most of us will be fans of Vivian Richards, and we remember his game. And so we will further go up from cricket to digital transformations and partnerships.
I'll certainly give him your regards.
Sure. So thank you for your kind words, and with this we come to the end of this panel. So thank you all panelists for giving your time and insights, and I'm sure the discussions in the subsequent sessions will work on the start that we have in this session.
Lovely. Let's have a round of applause for this lovely panel on stage. And before we close this session, may I request our moderator, Mr. Abhishek Singh, President and CEO of NEGD and MITI, to please present a token of our gratitude and appreciation to our chair for this session, Mr. Melford Walter Fitzgerald Nicholas, Minister of Information and Communication Technologies, Utilities and Energy, Government of Antigua and Barbuda. May I also request Mr. Abhishek Singh to present a memento to Mr. R.S. Sharma, Chairman of the Geospatial Data Promotion and Development Committee. His expertise and leadership are widely recognized. May I request Mr. Singh to present a memento to Mr. Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, MITI and G20 DEWG Co-Chair, Government of India. May I request him to present a memento to Ms. Kezom Masali, Head of Digital Programs at UNDP, Chief Digital Office. Thank you for joining us for this session. We also have a memento for Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Special Secretary at MEA, Government of India. Requested to also present a memento to Mr. S. Gopal Krishnan, CEO of NHA, India. And to Ms. Christine Martin Meyer, Director of the Digital Public Goods Charter, a renowned thought leader in digital development. And may I request Mr. Sushil Pal to please present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Abhishek Singh. And may I invite our entire panel to please come forward for a group photo. Let's have a group picture of the entire panel. And also a round of applause for this distinguished panel that we just witnessed on the stage. All right, everybody, we're going to take a short 10-minute quick tea break. So please be back in 10 minutes as we're running a little behind time. And we have another exciting session on the other side of the break, which is going to be on digital identities for empowering people. So we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Please watch out for the bell being rung outside as we get ready for our next session. Thank you so much. Let me also remind you that the GPI Summit exhibition is happening right outside to the left when you step out. So please do visit in the next couple of days whenever you get a moment. Thank you. We are honored to have Mr. Eliud Okesh Ovalo, Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and the Digital Economy, Kenya, who will bring his wealth of knowledge and expertise to the panel. Let's have a round of applause for our chair. And next we have our esteemed moderator, Mr. Rupinder Singh, CEO of UIDAI. Mr. Singh, a member of the Indian Administrative Service of the 96 batch, currently holds the position of CEO of UIDAI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And our panelists include Mr. Jonathan Marskell, Senior Program Officer at the World Bank, who focuses on digital ID and civil registration financing in Asia and Africa as part of the Identification for Development, that's ID4D initiative. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Mr. Marskell, okay, he's coming in. We also have with us Mr. Vivek Raghavan, Chief AI Evangelist at Ekstep Foundation, renowned for his out-of-the-box problem-solving skills and contributions to entrepreneurship and investment. Mr. Rene Mendoza, representing the System and Information System Security Service in the Philippines, with a strong background in electrical engineering and expertise in digital identity. And we have with us Ms. Barbara Ubaldi, Acting Head of the Division on Open and Innovative Governments at OECD, leading efforts to leverage digital technologies and data for enhancing openness and efficiency in governments. The microphones are kept next to you all, and let's get started. Let's have a round of applause for this panel. And we'll ask Mr. Marskell to join in as and when he comes in. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. With the permission of the chair, His Excellency, Mr. Eliud Okesh Ovalo, I start this session. All the panelists, we have a very eclectic mix of panelists coming from various fields, various countries, representing their country-specific, representing multilateral bodies, OECD, World Bank, and we have gentlemen from Philippines also. Just to set the tone, set the context of this session, which says that digital identities for empowering people. Welcome, Mr. Marskell. Yeah. just to set the tone of this session, empowering people using digital identities. How can digital identities be a tool for empowering people? So this we have learned in India. In India, where term was being used called poverty premium, that if a poor person has to prove his identity, he will have to approach some government functionary, pay or spend in terms of money or time, even losing wages of days, so that somebody can certify or somebody can tell that this person is who he or she claims to be. So this is the value of the empowering of providing digital IDs to all the people starts from this aspect. Before the onset of Aadhaar, I wouldn't like to dwell much on Aadhaar because it's a given thing. Most of the dignitaries present in this hall already know about it. The earlier digit IDs which the people have were either purpose specific like passport, driving license, likewise, and they were issued for some specific purpose. Of course, verifiability was another world game together. Nobody went to that far. To give you the perspective, even now, only 7% of the population of India has got passports. Only 13% have got the driving license. But now, almost 100% of our population has got Aadhaar. So everybody has got this recognition, identity. Coming to the verification aspect, authentication aspect of this digital ID, which is Aadhaar, this is the second side of the same coin. Identity generation and identity verification, they are incomplete without the other thing. The person can identify himself or herself online, anytime, anywhere. Even identity can be issued anytime, anywhere. Any person who belongs to southern part of the country, he is living for some time, for some purpose in northern part or eastern part of the country, he or she can get his identity generated based on the credentials of his native place in Delhi or in Assam or Guwahati or anywhere else. Similarly, this authentication can also be done. Now, how does this authentication or verification empowers a citizen, a resident? Well, the examples are manifold. It starts with the access to the services. You can access the services for which you are entitled, government services, private, like issuance of SIM card, having bank account opened. This identity has made all this process so frictionless, so less in time that it looks like just a matter of minutes, which used to be a matter of days. Just to give you the number, based on Aadhaar, 480 million no-frill bank accounts have been opened. You can well imagine that how does this leads to not just financially bringing all these hitherto uncovered sectors of the population in the financial sector, but once a bank account is opened, then whole plethora of services, welfare, subsidies can be transferred to the bank account of the residents. Similarly, like if migration sometimes is called a very important element of socio-economic upward mobility. But this was again hitherto hobbled by that India is such a diverse country, even people coming from the rural background, they are not able to speak the other region's language also. But with Aadhaar, they can identify themselves, they can get employment anywhere in the country. They can even now, if those people who are dependent upon the government subsidized food grains, they can avail all these facilities anywhere under one nation, one ration schemes. So examples are manifold. I will not like to dwell much on that because all my panelists, I am told, are well armed with the presentation also. So I will not take much time. We can start with anyone? Vivek, Dr. Vivek? Yeah, Dr. Vivek has been associated with Aadhaar, I think since the early days of its journey. He wears many hats. He is advisor technical technology to UIDAI, but of course he is chief evangelist, Ek Step Foundation and much more, but we still retain the first right over his time and his ideas. So over to you, Dr. Vivek.
Thank you, sir. And can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm really glad to be part of this this panel. I don't know, is the slides, they're going to come up, or how is that going to work? But I think that it's really an honor to be here to talk about Aadhaar. I mean, I think that out here we have many people who have been associated with Aadhaar over the years, but I think that one of the things that I can say that while I played quite a minor role in Aadhaar, but I think I've been there for the longest period of time. So therefore, that's something that and I think that it gives me a kind of a bird's eye view that we could not imagine that what this system was when we started and where it has reached today. And I think that there is a certain amount of pride and also a certain amount of responsibility that you feel that so many people are dependent on a system that was created. So I think I think I'm going to kind of briefly talk about some of the key things in Aadhaar. Many of the people may already know about this, and in fact, R.S. Sharma sir also talked about some of those things in his presentation. But I think I'd like to kind of do that as part of this. So maybe I think it's better to stand given given where the things are. So. Okay, if I can figure out how to make the clicker work. Okay. So I think, this is something that's interesting, that India really has, I think people know we have 1.36 billion people. We have, actually, the interesting thing, we have 1.36 billion people. Oh, yeah. We have 1.36 billion people, and we have 400 million internal migrants. So within the country, people who move from one place to another. We actually, when Aadhaar started, literally only maybe 20% of Indians had bank accounts. And I think, and we at that stage, we were actually talking about a subsidy program. Of course, now with COVID, the kind of numbers that have been moved through in subsidies even much more. But literally $50 billion of direct subsidies were being granted. And, literally, the estimates, there are various estimates, but the estimates are even kind of conservatively, 20 to 40% of that was getting leaked. So it's a significant drag on the GDP of a country like India, and that was something that was the original thought process as to, we need to create a foundational ID, and we need it to be a digital ID. And actually, I think that some of the people who started Aadhaar at that time had the foresight to think about the fact that the ID needs to be a digital ID. To think about it today when I have a smartphone and when the whole world is different, is very different. We were in a different world at that time, and to actually say that we're going to have a pure play identity system at that time is actually quite a revolutionary thought, and has been quite, and that foresight and the design of the system has actually what's made it what it is today. There were many problems that people had in these benefit systems. You had clearly systems about people who were non-genuine people were being included in there. There were many duplicates within the system. Clearly, all kinds. See, there was not, there were these purpose-built IDs which were there for specific purposes, and almost all of them were not digital in nature in those days. And so therefore, and that context, and if you look at it, and this is obviously something that's important in the global south and things like that, where, if you look at it in developed countries, everybody's born in a hospital, you have a birth certificate, it's easy to kind of understand identity. But I think that is something that fundamentally we said, okay, how do we actually build a foundational ID to solve all of these people, all of these issues, and actually provide people a digital way to access services, which is a very fundamental thing that's something that, and I've really been proud to be part of that journey over the years. So I think that's where we created Aadhaar. Really, it was the core principle is it's a unique, it's a real, it's a digital ID for every resident of the country. And that was really the purpose, and that is that in the end, and I think now when we talk in terms of digital public infrastructure, we realize that this is the foundation of that. If you can't identify people, then you can't do. So, and I think that's one of the things that we've realized, and I think has gained credence, that if you want to do all the other things that are to be layered on that, have a foundational digital ID, which is the starting point of what you need to do. And I think the word Aadhaar, and I think that in fact, some people were talking about this just before we started. I think we chose the word Aadhaar as foundation, and Aadhaar means foundation in Hindi. And I think the question that I think that, and it's kind of almost prophetic of how it has actually become the foundation of any service within the country, and as well also as the prototype which can go to the world of how ID is supposed to be built. So I think that name was, and the core principle was that it was supposed to be foundational, means that it is something that all other services were intended to be built on top of this. It was supposed to be minimal, and I think this minimalism even was talked about, that basically you have to have, it should not depend, it's because it's not a purpose-based ID, it's an ID that is supposed to be used by various other services. You should actually have as little information in this, the minimum amount of information to establish the identity of the person. And the things really are that minimalism is the key part. And I think that there was lots of discussions of having many other fields in there, and I think in the wisdom of people, they brought it down to only these 4, and I think mobile and email came a little bit later, but these 5, which are fundamental because that's how you communicate with people, and that minimal piece of information being captured as part of the ID was critical. Then of course the unique, and how do you establish the uniqueness? And I think UID, there was lots of things that you need to create and we realized that biometric system is actually the way to actually create a unique ID. And at this stage, and that's because there weren't existing documents that could uniquely identify someone. So we actually basically identified everybody in the country based on their biometrics, and that's something which was, it was. There were lots of naysayers who said maybe it's not possible, but I think that the time has shown that this has not only been done, it is actually an amazing system that's working in the country. And the last thing, of course, is a lifetime ID. It's an ID that remains static, and that all other things may change. You may even change your name, but but I think that core identity of who you are that's a lifetime identity. And I think that in the end, once you build an identity, there are only 2 things. And that's again the brilliance and the minimalism of the system. There are only 2 things that you do with this identity, right? You can do authentication. And authentication is to basically to be able to say who you are, establish who you are. And that's really the key point is that it eliminates the need for physical presence to assert that who you are. And then, of course, the other part is electronic KYC, which is known as Know Your Customer, which actually creates a digital document which is actually signed, not a tamper-proof way of being able to establish the fundamental demographic information that's part of Aadhaar. And it does nothing else. And I think that is part of the genius of the system. And I think in the beginning, when we were enrolling people, I think people came and enrolled in huge numbers, and we were wondering, at that time it was not even clear what it would be used for. And I think that's maybe it's a testament to our people that they came and they did this. And I think that and it's an amazing thing, and how, and as somebody who actually came from outside the government, to see how the infrastructure works to actually create something like this is something that is special. Of course, today Aadhaar is established at scale. We have 1.36 billion people who hold this identity. We do 88 billion times Aadhaar has been authenticated, including 1.5 billion times every month. I mean, these numbers have to be, things to be believed. 114 billion times KYC has been done on Aadhaar. Now, when identity is there, there is also the life cycle of identity. Identity, you update your demographic information, you update your biometrics. So we've done 734 million updates so far. And we took 5.5 billion years to reach 1 billion people. And that's actually the fastest for any digital system. We're not talking about IT system. Obviously, it's the fastest IT, any digital system. It's faster than Facebook, faster than anybody else to reach 1 billion users. It's an interesting thing to think about. And now there are 480 million no-frills account, but 860 million accounts that are linked to the Aadhaar, which actually are the core of basically the direct subsidy that is part of Aadhaar. And literally, I mean, it is the largest world's direct transfer scheme. There are more than 310 central government schemes and over 600 state government schemes. And more than $322 billion have been directly transferred to citizens as part of this. And this is, this is really something that's amazing and that really has changed the face of India. And the interesting things are, how that leads to efficiencies in customer onboarding and creation of this thing. How opening a bank account goes from 6 days to 1 hour, or getting onto a telecom system moves from 1 day to 4 minutes, or working in terms of asset firms. So I think that in each one of these business processes, how that efficiency is created actually is one of the, that's why this is the foundation of the entire digital India and the foundation of digital public infrastructure. And these things are not expensive. And I think as was said, cost is only $1 to generate an Aadhaar. And that's something that it used to be at 2 orders of magnitude. And I think that when countries in the global south, adopt these kinds of technologies, the costs can come down dramatically. And of course, I think there is more than $27 billion in savings that have come from this program over the years, and hundreds of such applications and usage. And I think that's why today, I think if you look at people in India, it is almost impossible to find someone who does not have an Aadhaar, because it is a fundamental in the fabric of our society here today. I just talked actually the Aadhaar has been there, but I think that we are looking at new ways to actually expand the usage of Aadhaar. So, and I think that one of the things that we've actually created is this thing of face authentication. And what this, people can assert their identity. Normally they assert their identity using either a fingerprint scanner or an iris scanner, or they're using an OTP. But we want a system that is both biometric as well as does not require specialized devices, so that you can actually expand the ability, and ideally to actually be able to authenticate on your own device. Okay, so that it becomes something from being authentication, a few times a month to authentication, even multiple times a day. And I think that the expansion to go to the next level of Aadhaar, this is one of the new initiatives. And today almost we have more than 10 million authentications, face authentications a month. But we believe that this is something that has the potential to actually, this combination of offline capabilities and the face authentication will actually have the ability to be dramatically larger than the current Aadhaar usage. And that's something that Aadhaar continues to innovate and continues to do new things to build things. Of course, the reason why we succeeded, I think that minimal data, which we talked about, and it is not domain specific. It's a pure play identity infrastructure. And, and I think that, of course, we focused on things being outcome driven, right? So people, even when generation of Aadhaar, the payment was based on whether an Aadhaar was successfully generated rather than actually activity. And I think that of course, the core thing that because, and this was one of the early debates, that whether you actually wanted to have everybody has an Aadhaar card, but fundamentally Aadhaar is still, the number is the core of the identity of the person, and that is really the lack of requirement of anything that. And finally, of course, see that due to an ecosystem-based approach. And I think, the way to think of it, Aadhaar is like GPS, right? It is a zero knowledge minimal system. And all it does is confirms identity. And all the innovations actually happen on the outside. We should not be doing the innovations in Aadhaar. We have to let the ecosystem do the innovation. And I think it is fair to say that Aadhaar has triggered a massive ecosystem for inclusion-driven innovation and ushering in digital India. And I think that it's really exciting to have been part of this journey. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vivek, for giving a very broad picture, at the same time telling the nuances and even finer points of Aadhaar system also. You are very right, when hundreds of thousands of updates are happening, millions of authentications are happening, so it's really a live identity system which people are using every day. They understand the value of it. I know that whenever people shift their accommodation, they move from one city to another, or within one city also, the first thing they do is that they update their new address in their Aadhaar card. When they get new SIM card, new mobile number, they do the same. Cost, you mentioned, it costed just $1 per Aadhaar. May I add that this cost not just includes the cost of issuance of Aadhaar, generating Aadhaar, but the authentication also. Another important point which you have covered is that minimal information. We collect only 4 demographic attributes: name, gender, date of birth, and address. No use is collected for what purpose it will be used, either at the time of generation of Aadhaar or authentication. In fact, the federal law which governs the UIDI and Aadhaar, there is section 32 which strictly prohibits us from knowing for which purpose this Aadhaar will be used. So these provisions should rest all the skeptics, all the fears that it is some kind of profiling or some kind of privacy invading instrument. So all these technological, administrative and legal provisions are very much built in this system. Thank you. Thank you. May I now invite Ms. Barbara Ubaldi, Acting Head Open and Innovation Governments Division, OECD, with her presentation. So generally we think, the general impression is that issues of digital identity is a global South's problem. So let us hear a perspective from OECD also.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the OECD, I would really like to thank the Government of India for having invited us to share our thoughts on the relevance of digital identity as a key enabler for empowering people around the world. I am really happy to actually start this short intervention. Important news, which is that last week, the OECD adopted at the ministerial level an OECD recommendation on the governance of digital identity. Now, I think it's important to acknowledge that this is a work that has built a lot on the conversations that we've been doing in the previous years also in the G20, the Digital Economy Working Group, and therefore, as you know, many of the OECD member countries are members of the G20, and I think the collective recognition of the importance of digital identity as a mean to enable people, I think it's something that we should acknowledge as a big result of the conversations we've been having in the past few years. And when the recommendation was adopted at the ministerial level last week, there was a recognition of the fact that digital identity is a way to actually increase the possibility of people to access services, both public and private, in a way that is trusted, that is inclusive, and that is fair. Therefore, the real point is to have digital identity solutions and credentials which are recognized worldwide, which become a way to make also opportunities more fair and equal for all. And this echoed also a statement of the G7 in the ministerial declaration of a few months ago that, again, was acknowledging the importance of working together to share good experiences, but also eventually to share solutions to be able to make sure that what has been happening in one country when it comes to developing and implementing digital identity systems and credentials can be utilized and adopted by others as well. I wanted to say this because I think it was very important in the initial panels that opened this summit, which is indeed a very important summit, to make sure that these words become also content of cooperation. I think a key point was made around how digital identity can be an important enabler also for strengthening cooperation, strengthening collaboration, and strengthening the collaborative way of thinking around technology as a means to achieve better results for all. And the recommendation of the OECD, which is structured around three main pillars, actually aims to support this idea of saying, how can digital identity be an enabler for empowering people? So echoing some of the comments that were made a bit earlier in the previous panels, I will start by saying that in the first pillar, the recommendation underlines the importance of developing systems with a user-centered approach, meaning it's the importance of understanding the needs of the users, which can be very different across countries. India is a large country, but diversity of needs exists even in countries that are much smaller. But second, understand also the needs of the providers of the services. Might these be public service providers or private service providers? Second, it's extremely important to prioritize the elimination of any form of barrier that impedes the access to the solution. The intervention we just heard demonstrates how the purpose was to make sure that every single person living here could actually have a digital identity. So it's extremely important to make sure that if this has to provide more inclusive opportunities, also there are no barriers to access the possibility of having a digital identity. Second, there are some foundational elements that need to be in place. Many of the speakers that intervened in the previous panels underlined how the foundations need to be there. The governance needs to be there. So first of all, there's an ecosystem of actors that need to come together. Therefore, it's extremely important to understand that it's essential to clarify roles and responsibilities of the different actors of the ecosystem. Second, to make sure that trust can exist among countries, it's extremely important, and that trust can exist among users of the digital identity solution. There's a need of having a respect towards policies and regulations that protect privacy and security. A number of comments made previously showed how it's essential, for example, to make sure that data is accessed for the purpose that it's needed for. And third, it's extremely important to think about how to enable interoperability from a governance perspective as well. So it's not a technical interoperability only that we're talking about, but we are really talking about having a common way of thinking about the underlying foundations that need to be in place to make sure that as we protect the data, the security, and the privacy, we make sure that people trust the user across borders as well. And here I come to the third point. Because if we want to make of this a key essential enabler for cooperation, all kinds of geographic cooperations, there are very interesting examples of transfer of solutions among countries in the north, like countries in the south and north and south. So it's really, there's no limit in the possibilities for cooperation. We need to acknowledge that the cross-border element is essential. This means that, first of all, we need to think about the possibility of people using digital identity solutions across borders. So the user of a service is a user which is a universal user, is a global user. So how do we think about strengthening the cross-border element, which starts from having common ways of defining things, common way of developing things, but also common way of protecting related rights? And second, what kind of cooperation can be established internationally so that there's a basis for trust in the digital identity systems, reciprocal digital identity systems, so that they are basically utilized across borders. So for us, being here today, it's essential, because I think discussing about digital identity within the framework of digital public infrastructure is essential. We strongly believe that digital public infrastructure as a set of elements that provide the foundation, it's a very mature way to think about how to make digital government more mature. I've been working on these topics for the past 20 years. I was at the UN before, now at the OECD, and I do know how important it is to actually frame all these different pieces as part of the same framework. This becomes essential because the elements of digital public infrastructure are building blocks that actually provide the basis to design systems that enable to have services that impact at scale, so that there are no limits in terms of impact we can have on people around the world if these elements are in place. And last but not least, when developed based on open source standards or solutions, there's the main important element of reusability. We heard how important it is to make sure that solutions are customized to local needs, but we also heard how important it is to make sure that solutions can be replicated, can be customized to the local needs, but can reused across countries. So I think this is a very concrete way to say, okay, this comes at a cost because governments come with the need of having resources to make sure that these solutions can be implemented, resources which are not only financial resources, but also human resources. So how can we make sure that as one country has a solution that works, that country can help others reuse it in a way that respects local needs, but makes the most of what other countries have learned. So we thank you very much for the invitation to share our thoughts, and we keep looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. It's very heartening to know, assuring to know that we all think alike as far as the digital public goods, IDs, interoperability are concerned. We are all on the same page, be it the issue of inclusiveness, minimizing access barriers, privacy, interoperability, and of course, like Dr. Vivek mentioned, that the test of a ID is its usability. Similarly, the test of being interoperability across the border will be that if all the nations join hands, maybe to some common set of standards or other issues on the, we can have common protocols on credential sharing, on recognizing each other's digital IDs, of course, open sourcing. All these are very critical elements, and there cannot be denial of any of these aspects by anyone. So hopefully all these things during on the forums like this will take us to the eventual goal of making global digital public goods. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Next, our speaker is Mr. Reni Mendoza. He is Assistant National Statistician, Philippines Statistic Authority. So it will be very interesting to hear Mr. Mendoza because Philippines is in the process of rolling out their digital ID. So what are the challenges they are facing? That will be a lesson for all of us. Over to you, sir.
Can you show the slides? All right. Okay, thank you. So the Philippine Identification System, or PhilSys, has made great strides in its digital public infrastructure journey. In fact, I want to thank World Bank and MOSIP by joining us in that journey. So while we made a lot of, we had great accomplishments in that journey, it wasn't without many challenges. My name is Rene Mendoza. I'm an Assistant National Statistician of the Philippine Statistics Authority, and I'm here to talk about the challenges as well as the successes of the PhilSys so far. So I think, as you might all know, the PhilSys is based on the MOSIP stack, and MOSIP is a digital public good, and in the context of the Philippines, it's actually considered a digital public infrastructure. We are the only country in the world who has implemented MOSIP at a very large scale. And if you go to the MOSIP website, MOSIP actually maintains a scoreboard of sorts. They monitor all the MOSIP registrations worldwide. As of 2 days ago, that is the number, it's 88 million MOSIP registrations. But what's not shown in that scoreboard is that we contribute about 79.28 million, or 89%. basically the lion's share of that MOSIP registrations. The rest, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is contributed by Morocco, Ethiopia, and Togo. So just to give you a quick background about the PhilSys. So the PhilSys is a central national identification system that promotes a simple and valid identification of Filipino citizens and resident aliens. So we actually give IDs to resident aliens through a PhilID and a PhilSys number. So the PhilSys number is the unique number that we assign to Filipinos and resident aliens. So why PhilSys? In the Philippines, we have many functional IDs. We have more than 25 functional IDs, all non-interoperable and none actually offer any online authentication services. Digitalization is still quite low. When you check the latest IMD World Digital Competitiveness Ranking, we're still at 56 out of 63 countries worldwide. Financial inclusion is also quite low. The latest financial inclusion survey in the Philippines shows that we are only at 41 million Filipinos who have bank accounts and e-money accounts. That's just less than half of our population. And then lastly, social protection delivery remains to be a challenge, especially during the height of COVID. And so because of these 4 reasons, PhilSys remains true to its goals of providing quality of life to Filipinos. So originally, PhilSys planned only to deliver PhilID cards. That's what you see on the left side of my screen. But due to massive registrations and low printing capabilities, our new president in 2022 instructed the PSA to expedite the delivery of 50 million more IDs by the first quarter of this year. And so, as you might have guessed, the PSA strategized that instruction by thinking, why don't we just print those IDs on a piece of paper? Okay, so we're going down a rough slope here, but the bottom line is we went ahead with this mainly for various reasons. The first one is, yes, we chose to print this on a piece of paper because when you think about it, if we try to print this on a PVC, that will entail more time, especially a lengthy procurement process. And given the time that the President gave us, this we think is much faster. Just print on a piece of paper. But the problem with printing on a piece of paper is that you're giving up the physical security features of the physical card, just like this one. And so to avoid fraud, what we did is we actually embedded a low-resolution photo in the QR code, and together with the demographic information, we digitally signed it. And then this brought forth a new problem. The QR code increased significantly, the size. And so together with MOSIP, we figured, why don't we implement this using binary encoding? And so this is the result. We have a secure ePhilID printed on a piece of paper. Before I leave this slide, I just want to reiterate that the ePhilID is not a temporary ID. Many Filipinos think, we got a piece of paper, maybe this is just a temporary ID, but it's not. The PSA maintains that it's a real ID. It has the same functionality and validity of the physical card. So yes, you can use this in all of our transactions. So just to give you a quick, some quick numbers about the PhilSys. So right now we're at 79.28 million registrations out of a total of, out of a target of 92. PSN generation is at 76.56 million PSNs. So what this means is we've generated the credential, but not necessarily printed them yet. I wanted to emphasize that of this 79.28 million registrations we had, and 76.56 million PSNs, this refers to people who have already, who can actually use our IDs. Obviously, we haven't reached the target population, but I'm pretty confident that this percentage, I think about 85% of the target population, will be the ones who can really benefit from the use of these cards. The remaining 15% are, I imagine, the children, the elderly of overseas Filipinos, and other Filipinos who refuse to get the national ID. It's not mandatory because they have their own functional ID with them. In terms of dispatch field ID cards, these are actually the printed IDs. It actually paints a different story. Looking at the dispatch field ID cards and delivered field ID cards, we're only at 38.98 and 32.54 respectively. And so it's no wonder that the president told us, you need to expedite these IDs. These are a bit slow. And so in October 2022, we launched the e-field ID, and after 7 months, I'm happy to report we were able to deliver 35.37 million e-field IDs. That's 3 million more than the field ID cards. Field ID cards at 32 million, and we were able to accomplish this in less time that we were printing and delivering the field ID cards. And if you add actually the field ID cards and the e-field ID, that amounts to about 68 million. And when you think about it, that's more than the number that the president has instructed us to deliver. So how did we justify the use of e-field IDs? Definitely, individuals benefit immediately from the e-field ID. As you may have noticed, if we went ahead with just printed field ID cards, they would probably receive it much longer than the e-field ID. And so by actually issuing these e-field IDs, our Filipinos will be able to benefit from the use of the e-field ID immediately. The second one is that it complements the ongoing printing and distribution of the field ID. And the third is that the PSA assures all Filipinos that they will still receive the field ID card. But having addressed the technical issues of the e-field ID, we were still faced with two more problems. One is how to print those e-field IDs. Like I said, if we printed them on PVCs, this will take longer, and because of the lengthy procurement process. And so we decided, okay, what else do we have? So we looked at our available resources, and we realized, we have good printers, print them on good quality paper, and these printers are actually distributed already all over the Philippines. So it's actually faster for us to print them on a piece of paper. And the good thing about those printers are they have the enough resolution to print the QR codes at a very high quality. The second issue we try to address is that the e-field IDs need to be distributed fast. So we set up an appointment system and then expected people to come in droves. But after 2 weeks, it's minuscule, it's very few. And so we decided then, okay, we need to re-strategize, and then obviously the strategy is to do house-to-house distribution by hiring a lot of people to distribute this card. So this essentially complements the distribution of our field IDs. Changing gears now, let me talk about the biometric authentication services. So we just launched our biometric authentication services, and because it's fairly recent that we've launched this, you can see that the numbers are a bit slow, but a bit low. However, we foresee that as slowly as we increase the deployment of these biometric authentication services, we will expect to see a change in mindset and behavior. People will be preferring biometric authentication rather than the verification of their cards. In the short term, our priorities will be in the financial inclusion and social registry space. We've seen the implementations of other countries, and we'd like to have an open dialogue with them to implement a similar strategy here in the Philippines. So before I end my presentation, let me just talk about two major takeaways. The first one is that evolving requirements require agility. If we stuck with our original plan of delivering physical cards, we wouldn't have met the instruction of the president to issue 50 million IDs. The second thing is, it takes a lot of time to change mindsets and behaviors. In the Philippines, we've always been telling everyone that the PhilSys is a digital ID, but why do they insist on getting a physical card? I understand that, but that's actually true in a way because there aren't a lot of biometric authentication use cases now. However, as we slowly increase the number of use cases using biometric authentication, we should be able to see a change in mindset. So it's a very long journey, and I think if PhilSys stays to the course and continues to believe in its goals and in achieving them, I think we can eventually change that mindset. And so with that, I end my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rene Mendoza. I know journey is long, difficult, but nevertheless, we must all congratulate you for having enrolled 79 million of your residents. Let me share one thing that the journey is not very different from ours. Your journey is not different from ours, especially about this debate about printing this ID on card or plastic or given. When the Aadhaar was launched, the earlier pioneer team, they were very clear that we will not even call it ID card. We will just call it number. They were against printing and making card out of it. This is because it is authenticable. Like I mentioned, two sides of the same coin. Without authentication card, this number doesn't have any meaning. But of course, as the use cases, different use cases had different demands, we also have now started printing it on a plastic PVC card, but that is one option. But our philosophy remains the same, that it is a number and it has to be authenticated to be accepted. Just for those who are not aware of the MOSIP is actually a non-profit entity, modular open source ID project. It is set up under the aegis of IIIT, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. And they extend this technology free of cost to whichever country would like to have. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jonathan Marshall, Senior Program Officer from World Bank. And they are driving under the aegis of World Bank, spearheading lots of such projects in number of countries. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rupinder, and good afternoon, everybody. First, I'd like to thank the Government of India for convening this Global DPI Summit, but also the Government of Maharashtra for the warm hospitality. As an Australian as well, I have to wish commiserations to India for the loss of in the cricket. It was a very good match that went nearly to the wire. So I'm going to talk a bit about a global perspective on this. Unfortunately, the formatting is a bit off. Why is ID important? We heard a few things just now. Empowerment, resilience, and growth. When we speak of empowerment, we hear the magical story of India, how they went from 35% of adults having a bank account to 6 years later, reaching 80%. That's literally hundreds of millions of people who have a bank account for the first time. And as a result, they're part of the formal economy. They can borrow money more easily. They can save. They can make payments digitally without having to send cash physically. In terms of resilience, our research shows that during COVID-19, the countries that had good DPI in place could make cash transfers to 51% of their population, compared to the countries that did not have good DPI in place, that could only reach 16%. That's 3 times more beneficiaries. Even in the context of a full-scale invasion, Ukraine uses its digital ID, called DIA, or Action in Ukrainian, as the basis for moving public services online. Refugees can show an ID when they cross the border to Poland and other neighboring countries, and it's recognized in lieu of a passport. In Singapore, where I'm a resident of Singapore, there's a digital ID app called SingPass, and all the APIs and all the value-added services on top, whether it's MyInfo for consented data sharing, e-sign to sign contracts electronically. This has unlocked a lot of innovation in products and services, whether you're an e-commerce company, whether you're a remittance platform, etc. And so it's created a whole new pillar of growth for Singapore. Now, about ID for D, it's a program of the World Bank. The World Bank is the largest external financer of digital public infrastructure around the world. Across ID, payments, data exchange, we're working in more than 100 countries with literally billions of dollars invested. Specifically for ID for D, it's a multi-donor trust fund. You'll see our partners at the bottom here, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the governments of UK, France, Norway, previously Australia, and also the Omidyar Network. They've contributed around $75 million to this trust fund, which has led to $2.4 billion in investments. I see they've got my old version of the slides here, unfortunately. But through that $2.4 billion and the technical assistance, which is now working in 55 countries, we're on track to issue a new or better ID for more than 550 million people around the world. When it comes to technical assistance, we're very pleased to support countries like the Philippines and many others in their journey in a variety of ways. Whether it's improving governance, whether it's improving engagement with civil society, the safeguards like data protection, cybersecurity, whether it's the technical design, whether it's the rollout, whether it's the linkage with use cases, etc. We publish research, including on the global estimate of the number of people without an ID, which I'll present in a moment. We publish case studies about Singapore, Argentina, Moldova, South Africa. We also work on global platforms. Actually, a couple of weeks ago was the ID for Africa conference in Kenya, and we've been part of that movement, which has brought 45 African countries together, and the momentum has been astronomical in terms of the movement towards good digital ID systems. We also collaborate, for example, with the OECD on the governance framework that Barbara presented a moment ago. We convene the development of principles on good ID, which have been endorsed by 30 organizations at the global and regional levels. Here's some snapshots of what we've been doing. In Ethiopia, we've supported the rollout of the FIDA ID platform, which it's not only going to be spurring the digitalization of the country, but also as a symbol of national unity and rebuilding social cohesion following more than a year of civil conflict. In Mozambique, our projects are prioritizing national ID and birth registration for internally displaced persons in the north of the country. In Indonesia, our board recently approved a project for $250 million that's going to develop a digital ID, a new digital ID, and a data exchange platform. Here you'll see it being piloted in a part of Indonesia called Jambi. On the right-hand side, in collaboration with the PSA, the first registrations that were done of the PhilSys, we helped the PSA to co-locate bank account opening operations at the same physical location. So the poorest of the poor, not only would they get a digital ID, but they would get a free bank account at the same time. And I think it was 9 million accounts opened, thereabouts. It's important to note that that every country is at a different stage of maturity with their ID systems. This is actually a very important slide. At the bottom, you'll see the foundational ID systems. This could be Aadhaar, could be a national ID, could be a national population registry. But in countries like Australia, the United States, Canada, etc., it's your birth record. That's the foundational source of truth of your identity. Then you link this information with services, enabling people to access services with greater integrity and security, and allowing service providers to reduce fraud, leakages, and to digitalize. Then the final layer is about digital identity for online transactions. Now for this, there's different approaches, as was mentioned by Sushil in the previous panel. You've got centralized ID systems, like in Singapore. You've got federated ID systems, whether it's in Canada, Thailand, France, etc. And increasingly now, this decentralized, and I don't mean blockchain. Let me be very clear on that. Blockchain is one technology to achieve this outcome, but it's not the only. What decentralization means is that you put the power of verification not against a central database, but against a person's own device or perhaps something in the cloud that they have control of. And the EU is rolling out a new regulation for this called the European Digital Wallet. But we can't forget that there are significant gaps across that whole spectrum. And it doesn't just affect global south countries, and I hate using that term as an Australian, we're in the southern hemisphere. It doesn't just hurt developing countries, but it also hurts developed countries. So you'll see here at the most basic level, there's 850 million people without any official identity. But then there's 5 billion people who live in countries where there's no ID for online transactions. That's the vast majority of the population of the world. There's also 1.1 billion people who have an ID, but it's not necessarily digitally enabled. So I'm going to talk also about, because this is not just about digital identity, but how identity is an enabler, the linkage with the two other forms of DPI, payments and data exchange. So first, when it comes to payments, the digital ID can improve integrity of those payments. Whether it is as a financial address, which we've learned about a few times earlier today, or it could be in terms of authentication on the sending and the receiving end. Now in Thailand, they have a system called PromptPay. When COVID-19 hit, they were able to very quickly roll out a program to allow informal workers to receive a payment. They didn't have to do any identity checks. You just applied online, and then the money was pushed to the bank account that you had linked with your ID number. So they didn't have to do extra checks. What we saw in other countries was that you had to require people to physically come, show your ID, and then you'd check on the back end maybe if this information was correct. But because Thailand had linked their ID system with their fast payments platform, they could skip that step. Then we have data sharing. When someone can link data about them with their digital identity, they can exercise consent and control over that information. And the MyInfo service that is attached to Singapore is a very good example of that. I can tell you as a user myself. When I sign in and I want to apply for a credit card, when I want to apply to open a business, when I want to submit my taxes in Singapore, I sign in with my digital identity, and then I can give permission to that service to access authoritative information in various government databases. I think there's access to 255 data points currently in Singapore. But increasingly as well, with this holy trinity, you can then unlock a link when it comes to between payments and data exchange. So in India, the account aggregator, and here's one example, Sahamati, where if you have, when you link payments, when you link data exchange with digital identity, then payment information, whether people are paying bills, whether they're paying off their loans, utilities, etc., that information can be used for credit providers to more accurately determine the risk, and therefore to either lend more or reduce the cost of lending, which has a good outcome for the customer. So I'm going to end with a bit of a call for the G20. There is an exceptional opportunity for this group to really spur progress on not just digital identity, but on digital public infrastructure more broadly. First, when it comes to scaling up financing and technical assistance, there's already a lot of institutions, structures, and frameworks. They just need more money, they need better coordination, and there's an opportunity for that to be done through the One Future Alliance. Second is developing norms and common frameworks. We have the great example from OECD on governance, but there's many more, including what's attached to the current draft ministerial declaration. Reaching a shared understanding of what DPI is a very beneficial outcome. And then finally, to put the foundations in place for cross-border uses. In fact, because I used to live in Thailand, I also am linked to PromptPay. So when I go back to Thailand, I can actually use my Singapore Pay Now, so my Singapore bank account, to pay even for a small lunch with a little noodle cart, scanning the QR code. That's the power of cross-border uses. And so there's the opportunity to share experiences, to share knowledge, to build trust between countries, develop mechanisms and standards that would facilitate this interoperability, whether it's not now, it may be in the future, but the foundations we can put those in place now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. You have very rightly said, and it is this job can only be done by entities like World Bank when they tell that various countries are at various stages of ID generation, leverage, and we can learn from each other and fast track it. And G20 is the excellent platform to give it the necessary push. Just to mention that India and Singapore, our UPI has been made interoperable and implemented in February this year. And we have already set up a working group which will make these digital IDs, that is Aadhaar from India and SingPass from Singapore, to be interoperable and to help credential sharing. Thank you very much. We have time for one or two questions, otherwise we can, yeah, please. Yes. Mike.
Could Singapore or even India indicate what were the incentives that the regular citizen had for adopting this digital identity? In Jamaica, for example, in the Caribbean, it became a matter that went into the court because at the time the government had imposed it as a mandate. So how did you get that many citizens and so quickly to adopt the digital identity?
Absolutely. I can tell about India that we launched our first Aadhaar card in 2010. Until for next 3-4 years, the progress was very slow. And we never made it mandatory. In fact, our act also says that Aadhaar is not mandatory. It's voluntary. But real impetus came when this new government took over in 2014 and linked with issuance of mobile SIM cards, opening of no-frill accounts, like I mentioned, 480 million bank accounts were open. And when people saw the benefit in having these accounts, and these accounts could not have been opened without Aadhaar, so there were long queues on their own. So we never forced it, but people saw the advantage of getting Aadhaar. Now, having done it, latest narrative, we are saying that it is ease of living. You can access the same service through Aadhaar, without Aadhaar also. But through Aadhaar, you can get the service in matter of minutes. But if you don't want to share your Aadhaar, don't want to have Aadhaar, the same service will take you longer.
Yeah, we have a question here, this side.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello. This is DC Mishra. I'm here.
Yeah, he's at the back, right at the back there.
It's less of a question, more of information and observation. While most of the panelists are discussing on individual identities, very less focus is or experience is shared with infrastructure identities. We in India, Department of Land Resource, Government of India has developed the unique identity for a land parcel. Like Aadhaar for individuals, we have developed parcel-based identity system. So each plot, land plot, agricultural plot, or three-dimensional building can have a unique identity and can be uniquely positioned based on the vertex coordinate of the georeference. So it's just sharing that infrastructure identities are also going to be the demand of the day. And if any other country has shared or done some work, we would like to listen. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt, Mr. Mishra, because this is very important, because anybody in India would know that a large chunk of court cases, disputes relate to lands. So if we can give this identity to the land parcels, so we will be making life easier for our citizens. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a question here.
I have a question for Jonathan. Jonathan, I'm at Stanford right now, and I've been going around the world doing roadshows on the India stack. I went to your country and met some of the topmost leadership there and in the US. While everyone agrees the value of the India stack, in the Western cultural context, giving away your biometrics is something unheard of. I was told about the disaster with the Australia card and why those memories are still there. How are you and Barbara persuading the Western countries to part with biometrics, even when they see value in going ahead with a stack like the one India has done? Thanks.
Hello? Hello?
It's on, yeah.
Okay. So first is that biometrics is not a required part of digital identity. I'm sorry to disagree with you respectfully, sir, but
Vivek could disagree with you.
Sure, but it depends on the context, because you can establish uniqueness without biometrics through other methodologies, such as demographic information. The countries well, I mean, put it this way, biometrics come with great risks. They come with great opportunities, but they come with great risks. If you can avoid using biometrics and achieve the same outcomes, that's a good thing, right? So we're not persuading countries to use any particular technology. Even when Philippines used MOSIP, for example, we didn't persuade them. We just exposed them to that and helped them analyze the pros and cons of it. There'll be some countries, in fact, in the Caribbean, we have a few projects where we are supporting ID systems that aren't using biometrics, and they're establishing uniqueness using demographic information, right? The populations are smaller, so that allows them to do it. They have functioning civil registries that allow them to do it. But of course, in a country like India or in the Philippines with large populations, maybe the civil registries are not so developed that it may be necessary, and in fact, it would have been necessary to use biometrics.
Sorry, actually, can you hear
It's
me?
on. It's on, yeah.
I completely agree. The recommendation of the OECD is technology neutral. And the point is, if you go ahead with the biometrics because it makes sense using it in the national context, make sure you have the proper safeguards in place. But we don't say just go for it. We say if you go for it, which can be a choice that makes sense, then you do it in a proper way.
Coming to the end of this session, I now request His Excellency Mr. Eliud Okech Ovalo, just to mention, just for the information of everyone here, that His Excellency is leading a team of his country's officials and will be spending next 3-4 days visiting UIDI and Aadhaar MOSIP's facilities also. They will be having first-hand experience. Over to you, sir.
Let me stand. Thank you very much, moderator, and may I start by thanking the government of the Republic of India for organizing this international conference on DPI. Now, this session has been very insightful because it has enabled us to discern the nexus between digital public infrastructure and digital identities. And we have seen that digital identity, apart from being an integral component of digital public infrastructure, is also a key facilitator for digitalization. That in the face of rapid digitalization, there is no need for members of the public to visit government offices to consume public services. People should be able to leverage on digital identities to consume government services from the comfort of wherever they are, if and when digital identities are in place. So that is a key output of this session, that digital identity is a critical success factor for digital transformation or digitalization. We have looked at the journey of digital identities. We have analyzed the milestones we have realized, the challenges we have faced and how to overcome those challenges, the lessons that we have learned, the gaps that we have witnessed and how to close those gaps. We have undertaken a contextual analysis of the operational environment, and we have determined that one of the emerging issues in the operational environment in the face of digitalization on one hand and digital identity on the other is the issue of data privacy and data protection. That as we digitalize our services or uptake digital identity, we must be cognizant of the fact that we must ensure data protection and data privacy. We have also gone ahead through this session, ladies and gentlemen, to look at the critical success factors for purposes of digital identity. And we have looked at effective communication. We have seen that effective communication is imperative. Effective management of change is imperative. Data interoperability is crucial. And there is also need for strategic agility and maneuverability in the face of dynamism in the operational environment. We have looked at the tangible benefits that would emanate from digital identity, and we have seen that one of the benefits is that digital identity will facilitate efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery. It will also help us strengthen our governance framework by eliminating revenue leakages. It will facilitate data interoperability so that same data can be utilized across different sectors within the economy. It will also be a means of ensuring that there's optimal uptake of digital public infrastructure. So one other issue that we need to take into context is that in the face of digital identity pursuit, we must be able, or we should be able, to benchmark with global best practices. But as we do this benchmarking, each and every country should be able to customize those best practices to meet their own unique situations and preferences. It's not just a question of lifting one solution from one country and thinking that it will work in another. There is need for customization of those best practices to meet the peculiar situation of each and every country based on its unique situation. We have also seen that there is need for all this digitalization and pursuit of digital identity to be anchored on a sound legal policy and regulatory framework. That is a critical success factor. Let me just mention in a nutshell our experience from the Kenyan context. Within Kenya, we are pursuing what is called the bottom-up economic transformation agenda as the policy framework of the Kenya Kwanza government under the tutelage and stewardship of His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. And within that bottom-up economic transformation agenda, digital superhighway or digital public infrastructure is a standalone thematic area. And it was deemed so because it is not just a facilitator of everything that we are trying to do within the Kenyan economy, but it is also a critical success factor moving forward. Within that digital superhighway, we want to enhance the level of connectivity of internet, and in that vein, we are rolling out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable. We are establishing and operationalizing 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots. We are also setting up a total of 1,450 digital laboratories, or digital hubs for that matter, at the lowest administrative centers within our administrative system. And it is our proposition, ladies and gentlemen, that with that digital infrastructure in place, we should be able to transfer all government services onto digital platforms. So we are pursuing digitization of all government records and digitalization of all government services. Within a span of 8 months when we came into power, the Kenya Kwanza government came into power led by President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we have moved from a meager 350 government services that were technologically available on the eCitizen platform to today a total of 4,300 services which have been digitalized. And it is our target to digitalize a total of 5,000 services by 30th June this year. In that regard, or if we go that route, then it is our view that we must also pursue the digital identity for all Kenyans, so that Kenyans should be able to consume government services from the comfort of wherever they are in the face of that rapid digitalization. And based on that proposition, our target is to ensure that each and every Kenyan has got access to a digital identity by the year 2030. 2024 to facilitate optimal uptake of the digital public infrastructure that we are putting in place. Again, in the same vein, to facilitate optimal uptake of digital public infrastructure, we are pursuing a massive digital skilling program, targeting members of the public, targeting public officials, so that we have got adequate level of digital skills. We also view that digital skilling program as one of the avenues of empowering our youth by means of gainful economic activity, because we no longer have the formal employment opportunities. The space that we want to pursue is digital jobs for our youth. These digital jobs for our youth through digital skilling. So we have embarked on two major digital skilling programs. One is called Jitume, another one is called Ajira, through which we want to facilitate our youth to exploit their potential, their skills and capabilities and pursue digital jobs. We envision that we should be able to create a minimum of 1 million jobs for our youth within the next 2 years in the digital space. We are also pursuing digital entrepreneurship, ladies and gentlemen. Within our Konza Technopolis, which is our own version of the Silicon Savannah, we have already set up data centers. We, in our view, should be able to partner with the private sector to become manufacturers of computer software. We have also embarked through partnership with the private sector on a process of assembly of smart but cheap enabled telephones, which should be ready, available in the not too distant future. In fact, by end of July in the Kenyan market at a unit cost of about $40. With that rapid digitalization, again, we are pursuing e-commerce. We no longer need to have physical interface between the source of raw materials or source of products and the end user or the market. We want to leverage on this technology to facilitate e-commerce. So as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen that in the face of rapid digitalization, digital identity is imperative. We have also seen that collaboration, effective stakeholder alliances and partnerships is imperative between the public sector and the private sector. The government or the public sector, for that matter, can only do so much. There needs to be enhanced levels of partnership between the public and the private sector. From the Kenyan context or the Kenyan perspective, we look forward to working with you, not just to help us in positioning Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa, but also to facilitate from a global perspective an empowered and digitalized global economy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Let's have a round of applause, everybody. A louder round of applause for that very intriguing conversation and discussion. And may I request our moderator, Mr. Rupinder Singh, CEO of UIDAI, to please present a memento and a shawl to the chair for the session, Mr. Eliud Okech-Awalo, Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, Kenya. Thank you very much for chairing the session. May I request Mr. Rupinder Singh to please present a memento to Mr. Jonathan Marskel, Senior Program Officer at the World Bank, who focuses on digital ID and civil registration financing in Asia and Africa. We also have a memento for Mr. Vivek Raghavan, Chief AI Evangelist at Step Foundation, renowned for his out-of-the-box problem-solving skills and contributions to entrepreneurship and investment. Mr. Renny Mendoza, representing the Systems and Information Security Service in the Philippines. And to Ms. Barbara Ubaldi, Acting Head of the Division on Open and Innovative Governments at OECD. And may I invite Mr. Prashant Mittal, Director, NEGD, to please come up and present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Rupinder Singh, CEO of UIDAI. Thank you very much. May I invite the panel to please come forward for a group photograph. And for everybody else, we break for lunch now. We take a 40-minute break. We request you to please be back by 2 o'clock. Lunch is served right outside. So please be back as soon as we can so that we continue with the next session. On the other side of the break, we have a panel discussion on digital payments and financial inclusions. We'll see you after the break at 2 p.m. sharp. And thank you once again to the panel for this wonderful discussion. This session will shed light on crucial aspects such as inclusive design, partner ecosystem creation, security measures, stakeholder capacity building, and the way forward in the realm of digital payments. So leading the discussion as our esteemed chairperson is Mr. Mohammad Khamis Abdullah, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information Communication and Information Technology at Tanzania. Let's have a round of applause, everybody. Let's clap louder so that people outside can also listen and they think something has started and they rush back inside. Lovely. Guiding the discussion as a moderator would be Mr. Dilip Asbe, the Managing Director and CEO of National Payments Corporation of India, NPCI, who has played a pivotal role in the design and management of innovative payment platforms. And our distinguished panel of speakers include Mr. Dan Radcliffe, Deputy Director, Financial Services for the Poor, who has an extensive experience collaborating with RBI's Financial Inclusion Committee. I think he is still on his way from the airport and he'll join us as soon as he arrives. Replacing him till the time he comes in, we have Dr. Pawan Bakshi, India Country Lead, BMGF, Financial Services for the Poor. We also have on the panel Ms. Upasana Roopkrishnan Taku, co-founder and COO of MobiKwik with over 17 years of expertise in product development, payments and financial services. Ms. Nilima Ramteke, Senior Financial Sector Specialist at the World Bank, who has worked extensively in payment and settlement systems, including with the RBI. And Ms. Prerna Saxena, Asia Regional Lead at the Better Than Cash Alliance, UNCDF, spearheading responsible digitization and digitization initiatives for payments in India. Let's have a round of applause for the entire panel on stage. And over to you, Mr. Asbe, for the panel discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think the post-lunch sessions. And thank you for all the panelists for your time. And let me start with Nilima, madam. You know, you have been in RBI when we designed and implemented UPI. So you have been party to all the conversations. So I request you not to reveal all the secrets, whatever we discussed with regulator. But now in your current role, you are in the World Bank. And you have done some extensive studies on how the RTPs are taking shape, going to take shape worldwide. So would you like to say, speak about the study what you did at the World Bank and the discussions thereafter with most of the leading RTPs in the world?
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nilima Ramteke. And it's really nice to be here amongst all of you. And I would like to thank the G20 presidency for having this summit. It's a really great opportunity to meet all of you. Like Dilip said that I have spent quite a number of years with the Reserve Bank of India. And something he mentioned about is also my involvement with the UPI. So normally as a regulator, you have a different task and also an overseer. So I think some of the best practices which have been implemented, and I think Dilip will be able to tell about it more subsequently, is also about how when you're designing a system, the stakeholders' engagement is quite important. At the same time, as even though the private sector may be taking a lead, it's always important to have safety efficiency, access interoperability, all to the core of the design aspects. At times, I think Dilip used to get a bit frustrated as well, because for all the requirements which the Reserve Bank as a regulator used to have. But one thing I must say that over here, before I move to my actual thing from the World Bank side, is that I was very happy and pleased when once he openly acknowledged also that NPCI now takes a look at it very closely on the risk and the risk mitigation measures. And he said that it has gone into the NPCI DNA. So that is a good achievement, I should say. So that actually helps when you are looking at it from a holistic perspective. Now coming to the World Bank, the World Bank actually has taken a lot of lead in this area. So like real-time payments, it's also called fast payments, instant payments as well. So different jurisdictions refer to it differently, but overall it is instant immediate payments. As part of this, I think the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is going to join us as well. One team member is already there. With their support, the World Bank has taken the project. We call it, it's named as Project FAST, FAST with the double T. So it's frictionless, affordable, safe, timely transaction payments. And as part of this project, a number of knowledge products have been developed and which are available. And what Dilip mentioned also about is that how we have tried to analyze, study, and synthesize these learnings into a sort of a toolkit, which is publicly available. And this covers best learnings from others' experiences, the best practices which countries could adopt. So this is part of the synthesized report, and it's publicly available. There are a number of countries' case studies as well, which depict the whole journey of how the evolution of fast payment in their respective countries have taken place, how they have gone into designing, and how they have decided on certain aspects. So these are part of it. And also as part of this knowledge product, there are a lot of technical notes which will help countries decide on which are the aspects, on critical aspects like the settlement models, the messaging standards which to adopt. These are part of that toolkit. The other is about, as I mentioned, about the benefits and all. It's the fast payments is about 24/7 availability. And not only availability, but it's access to the funds on a real-time basis, which actually has accelerated the adoption of these payment systems globally. Different stakeholders have different interests in this fast payment, and it sort of meets the requirement of almost all the stakeholders. This system is about not only access, not only about real-time access to the funds, but it's about access to all type of players as well, including banks, non-banks, the fintechs. And this has helped in accelerating this adoption of fast payments or implementation globally. And we see that the fast payments have been implemented in more than 100 jurisdictions. So this you can see how it is growing. And before I go to my next thing, is one thing about the use cases I should mention is about various P2P, that is person-to-person payments, person to government, government to person. And even during the COVID, I think this has further accelerated, and it was mentioned in one of the sessions in the morning as well, how countries have leveraged this infrastructure for cash benefit transfers during COVID. And the key crux of it is about access, interoperability, and not only to the banking sector, but also to the non-banks. So I think I covered a lot, or something you want me specifically?
No, I think you gave more information than what we can handle, but let me just speak about the highlights. So what you are saying is 100 plus countries have the real-time payments. I think that's a great story now. The second point you mentioned, that part of the study what World Bank did, working group, there is a toolkit, there is a process flows, there are the details, risk management framework, which is available on the World Bank website, which the aspiring countries can actually go back and leverage that and use the best practices, because World Bank has put in a lot of efforts to learn from each of the countries, what are the pros and cons and those kind of things. And if somebody is referring that toolkit, can design a better RTP from day zero.
Yeah, and definitely, as Dilip said, and apart from that, the World Bank...
But I hope it has UPI as a prominent...
learnings from various fast payment systems, UPI is one of them, but there are systems which are developed by the central banks themselves, like the PICs. So you have different learnings, different models, then you have settlement models which are different, like UPI is on a deferred net settlement basis, that is settlement happens at periodic intervals.
Yeah.
But you have systems which are developed for real-time settlements as well, which is using the rails of the RTGS for settlement or some other models as well.
Okay.
There you have one more is about hybrid. Hybrid is basically implemented by Mexico, wherein the transactions are real-time or on a periodic second basis, but that could be parameterized. One thing I should tell over here is that as part of Project FAST, the World Bank is not only supporting creating this knowledge product, but at the same time, the World Bank does provide technical assistance as well in design, technical assistance in the form of design, but also on the financial aspects as well.
Yeah.
It does provide financing for systems and all. So a host of things are done as part of this project.
So Madam is carrying a lot of dollars. I'm saying who are the interested countries, please speak to her. Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Very helpful. Let me go to Ms. Prerna. How do you see while there is a lot happening worldwide, how do you see the governments in the emerging economies trying to look at it, or what is the role they are playing to, and do they understand the criticality of this whole digital payments and the real-time payments rail, what we are talking about, and do you see some action in the emerging economies based on your experience?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dilip ji, and thank you the organizing team, METI and NEGD, for inviting me here. It's such a pleasure to be here with the industry colleagues and global leaders. So yes, as I think all of us are realizing, digital payments are changing the scenario of financial ecosystem worldwide. We have seen that almost 2/3 of the adults in the world are now either making or receiving digital payments, and contribution of emerging economies is almost 60% in the total volume of digital payments globally. While India, of course, has taken a lead in promoting DPI, making this whole ecosystem about being inclusive DPI, promoting Aadhaar, UPI, OCEN, account aggregator, we see a lot of action happening in other emerging economies as well. So I represent Better Than Cash Alliance, which is based in the United Nations, and we work with the various governments of emerging economies, corporates as well as international organizations who primarily focus on Global South. And what we have seen is that whether it is our neighboring country Bangladesh, or is it Philippines, or is it several countries in Africa, Rwanda, Ghana, Malawi, be it Latin America, Colombia, Mexico, all of them are investing heavily in digital payments system, digital identity. We have visionary governments who are wanting to make it to the inclusive economy, moving towards cashless economy. And they are all actually looking forward to India's G20 presidency in a way to represent the global south. And today, I think since morning, we are also witnessing how India, while talking about its leadership in DPI, is also very willing to share its technical know-how, to share its experience with other emerging economies. In the month of March, we had brought close to 70 delegates from emerging economies to Hyderabad to learn how DPI could advance financial inclusion. And there we saw that, we had delegates from Bangladesh who talked about how ACPay or Binimoy in their country, Philippines was implementing QRPH, Colombia is also aiming to launch fast digital payments real-time system by 2024. Ghana has already launched Ghana QR and announced that all their countries are financially included. It was also amazing to see how African Union and African Continent Free Trade Area is aiming to develop digital trade protocol, which will be instrumental in Africa-wide digital payments adoption. So yes, lots of action is happening. People are learning from each other's experiences and learnings. However, there is also this, if I may say this, this expectation that the financial might to make it happen is perhaps going to be a challenge. Not all emerging economies may feel confident with the funding or the capital framework which may be available to them currently. And I was very, very encouraged to see that in the morning we talked about One Future Alliance. We talked about how there could be collaboration amongst various donors or international organizations or multilaterals to develop this kind of funding arrangement which could be helpful for emerging economies. And from our side, from the UN-based Better Than Cash Alliance side, we are also advocating to develop this kind of funding arrangement which looks at promoting inclusive DPI, which looks at promoting DPI, which has a very special, sharp focus on micro enterprises, on women, and other underserved segments like the elderly or the young who have so much of potential and need for digitized financial services. So yes, there is a lot of action and a lot of expectation also from India's G20 presidency.
Excellent. Pawanji, by the time Dan comes in, maybe you could take up some of the work which you are doing in India, especially financial services for the poor, initiative, and some of the things you have done with NPCI and some of with the government. So maybe you would like to throw some light on that.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can.
Okay. Thanks so much, Dilip, and thank you to the organizers for inviting us. So in India, we are supporting what we call as Financial Services for the Poor program, which has three pillars essentially. One is around working on the ecosystem, which works with the ID systems, the payment systems, the emerging technologies which are emerging in terms of OKN account aggregator and the ONDC, and of course the UPI as well. So in that area, our work essentially has been to identify challenges and opportunities on the ground, and how do we accelerate that, and how do we address the key issues, like in terms of, on the UPI front, in terms of the UI and the UX of the applications. We're working for trying to see how UPI can serve not just people with a smartphone, but also with a feature phone or no phone at all, right? And helping in supporting that initiative and the grand challenge like opportunities. The other support is that what we are seeing is that the government of India is on a path of reforms in terms of ID and payments and the use cases which emerge out of there. And one area is G2P. There are other programs of the government of India like SHGs, the India Post Payment Bank and others, where we are helping them and supporting in terms of doing a de-risking of this program to see what is working on the ground and what's not working, and providing feedback loops into the ecosystem, whereby improving delivery of the systems to the last person standing, inclusive of the women. The third part of it is that what we've gone and realized is that the last mile delivery is largely with the private sector. So there is a role for the private sector as well. It's not just the governments and the public sector which has to deliver this. There is a role for the private sector, and the private sector is so well invested in this space now in terms of incentives, in terms of market structures, in terms of competition. The only thing is that how do you add a focus?
Fails, then the journey reverses much more exponentially. Then it takes a much longer time for people to retry and believe that the system will work for them. Many times we have also seen that the initial training which is given to underserved segments or women who are in rural areas to onboard them on digital payment platforms or digital ecosystems is not sufficient in the one go. So there is need to keep repeating that onboarding, to develop local leaders who can help them, also to find community champions who may themselves be women to work very closely with the underserved segment. And while this is happening in several emerging economies, we have seen that the success happens when there is the entire or the whole of government approach to it. When all government departments or major ministries or stakeholders believe in the vision which is created by the top of the government, and then everybody puts in efforts, then real change starts to happen. There is also need to more and more invest in data-driven policy making. We see a lot of data on digital payments, digital credit, on how transactions are happening, but we do not see enough data which is disaggregated gender-wise. We do not see enough data which is disaggregated region-wise. And we also do not see enough data to understand the preferences or the concerns that the underserved users may be having. So the push from the government or a partnership between financial service providers and the regulators to get this kind of data out will help us develop more nuanced offerings for the underserved segments, will also help us develop solutions which work for them in their situations. Like if we talk about women at various life stages would have different financial requirements. When they are going to college, or when they are starting with their work life, or when they have children, or when they are about to retire, they will have different financial services requirements, but we do not often see a lot of very nuanced and specific financial services designed for them. And perhaps one of the reasons for that is because a lot of contribution of women to the economy is still under-recognized. Women do a lot of unpaid care work. They do a lot of work in informal economy, and their contribution does not get recognized when we talk about GDP numbers. It does not get recognized when we talk about turnovers of companies, whereas they are the ones who may be contributing heavily in the supply chains of huge corporates. So I think the need of the hour is to find various tools and metrics to identify the economic contribution of women, so that the financial service providers can see them as a worthy segment who can actually give them revenues and profits, and not just do it for the social benefit of it, because no offering will work for a long term if it's done just for the social benefit. There has to be a business aspect to it. That is required. And the third thing is this, that very intentional cadence to develop, to see track the progress is needed. Once that is there, then more and more inclusion can happen, and more user-centric financial services would be in place.
No, great points, Prernaji. So three things what you're talking about. One is, while the education and awareness is a continuous journey, but one is it should be sustainable for all the players to continue and scale up the services. The second thing which you spoke about is some sort of aggregated data to be published for the participation of women in the payment system. I think maybe in India also we need to do that, and I'm sure somewhere the government and the regulatory officials attending the G20 will take a note of that. I don't think it's difficult, it's just a decision to be taken, and taking that call. I'm sure there will be some concerns on privacy and other things. Ma'am, I'm just coming to you. And the third point which you made, the complaints and the dispute resolution and those kind of things. But I think there India has done a great job. Today the UPI all the technical complaints, there is an online dispute resolution which has been implemented with a regulatory direction. And every UPI app has a ODR, UPI help, what we call. And every dispute can be resolved, not reported, resolved online. And there is also automated process. So even if user doesn't report, every 2 hours, we try to go back and check uncompleted transaction or, the pending transactions, and we resolved. So all the technical disputes in UPI gets resolved every 2-hourly basis. So I think I think we have done some good job on that. Ma'am, you wanted to say something on this?
No, I just wanted to say about, on Prerna's thing about the design and keeping the woman at the center. And that is where I think the products and solutions which are developed needs to keep the end user into mind, so that it is more friendly for them, whether it is women or irrespective of the gender. So it's the ease of using that infrastructure which is core, and I think that is where the World Bank also takes a lot of role in that when it's helping countries design those products, to see that the end solution which is there keeps into the design aspects, keeps into mind the ease of doing and using that at the center. And definitely, as we had been talking about, is that access, and that comes to the interoperability. I think that becomes the core. Access, simple design, and the usage will be based on that. And as Prerna said, the core is about financial literacy and awareness. So once you have those base level things into place, I think the acceleration and adoption automatically happen. Sorry.
No, thank you so much. Very valuable points. Pawanji, coming back to you, the Gates Foundation kind of works with many countries on this and putting a lot of efforts to make these countries self-sufficient. What are the challenges you see in this whole process, and how do you kind of work very closely with the governments, the countries, to kind of make it a success story? I think the adoption and success story is proving the adoption, right? So how do you really work with the governments and the central banks in various countries to deal with the challenges what you face?
Thanks, Dilip. So we work through our partners like the World Bank, the UN, BDCA, MSC, other people, to engage with stakeholders in each country. I think there are 4 key challenges which we've gone and seen which needs to get addressed. I think the first barrier, which is the big one, is building interoperable DPI that requires a whole of government approach. I think it's about the entirety and not in piecemeal, because what we've seen is if you tend to look at stuff in piecemeal, then your solutions that you will create are not interoperable and not span across the ecosystem, and that's where the benefits are. So like the ID system on its own is a great tool to have, and the payment system on its own is a great tool to have, but the magic is when the payment and digital ID come together. Right, and then what all can it enable and address is the key question. So that there are lots of voices in terms of champions, both at BMGF, at the World Bank, at the UN, and other local champions which help the governments in thinking about this stuff. The second barrier which we've seen is that most countries often find that it is difficult to craft a national payment strategy and an underlying regulations, right? So we worked with CGAP and World Bank and Africa NENDA and other agencies in helping in providing TA facilities to those countries to see what is the best which could be done there. The third one, what we've seen is this whole DPG and the DPI approach. With that, a lot of countries are a little bit hesitant in engaging with and navigating an ecosystem which is largely kind of commercial, right? Including being locked in on licensing and stuff like that. So we are supporting and investing in DPGs like the Moja Loop and other things, where we are trying to help countries and deploy those. Like there's some work happening in Tanzania as well, the Moja Loop piece, where we're trying to do stuff there, where we understand that most of these countries will get to adopt this and to learn as they go along in rolling this out. I think the fourth one, which is a critical one, is to it's a barrier of an inadequate understanding of what the impact that an interoperable kind of DPI can have on the ecosystem. So there is a need for doing the measurement, understanding what's working or what is not working, and we're supporting field research and RCTs experiments to tease out what is working and not working. We work with agencies like JPAL Africa, JPAL in Asia, and Microsave and others into identifying all of that stuff. So that's very critical, because once these countries understand the key challenges and they have access to how this can be resolved, it's a faster deployment then.
Understood. Thank you so much. Maybe what we can do is take a couple of questions from the audience for the panel. Please note that you have, if I may call so, 3 private equities of the DPI. BMG representative is there, UN representative is there, and World Bank. So you can ask any question, including the money ask, whatever you have. Yeah, please, let's go. Please introduce yourself so that.
Yes, my name is Mohammed Mashaka. I'm the director of ICT, Ministry of ICT, Tanzania. A quick one. I've seen a lot of support and initiatives from the World Bank and United Nations on as far as the digital payment is concerned. I just want to understand the level of security, because we have the issues of identity fraud, identity theft. How is it? How do we control? As much as to go that parallel to the support that you are giving to these countries, especially the emerging countries which are coming into that.
Yeah.
We are really suffering to that. Thank you.
No, understood. So I think any of you would like to take up? A moderator is supposed to take questions? Okay. So what we do is, again, a great question, identity theft and the related frauds. And what we do in UPI is we have put up multiple level of authentication, right? So for example, the banks have a very tight process for the mobile number registration and Aadhaar registration, in which the photo identification and those kind of things are done with a central database of UIDI. So one is that level of verification irrespective of this. And we also have two-factor authentication mandate from the regulator, so that you are always doing a transaction with what you have and what you know, right? So for example, in UPI, so what you have is the mobile phone, which is completely device binded, and if you change your handset, if you change your number, you have to again, it's like a new onboarding back to the UPI. And using your other out-of-band authentication methods, such as Aadhaar authentication or the debit card authentication, you set your UPI pin. So there is a multiple level of, resistance created, so that we ensure that somebody who's accessing the account, he is that particular person. Obviously, it makes it a little complicated to onboard. But UPI has about 350 million users operational. So you can assume that we are able to deal with this kind of situation to a large extent. Thank you. Hope I clarified the issue. Okay. Yeah.
So just to add to what Dilip has said is about that brings to the design and how the infrastructure in the respective countries will support that. So you have to take into account the aspects of which are provided by the standard setting bodies as well about adoption of cyber related measures when you're designing the products. Your system which is there implemented and where the infrastructure is housed, that should also cater to that. Apart from the end users, what Dilip mentioned about the apps and how the device binding is done. So it depends. One has to take into account the holistic approach when you are designing your products and services.
And our NPCI team is there, is one of the stalls, they can help you to understand what some of the practices which we have adopted on this. Yeah.
And Dilip, can I add something?
Please,
I'm sorry, after you. So I think there's one, this is an interesting conversation, but here you understand from an ex-regulator and a techie of payment systems answering this. I'll try and answer it on a slightly different level. The importance of awareness and communications cannot be, less important here. As an example, just a simple comm saying that you don't need to enter a PIN when you have to receive money is a very important tool to underline, right? So you can be defrauded there itself, right? So I think because these are new tools and these are digital tools, they need additional amount of awareness and communications is what I'll say.
No, thank you, Pawanji. Great point. Prernaji, you want to
My
add?
point was actually similar from the user's perspective, because we work a lot with the communities and try to understand what works for them. So definitely there is equal importance to awareness generation, communication in very simple terms. What we have seen that when we heighten the security part of it, we build in 2-factor authentication, 3-factor authentication, thumbprint, iris scan. It's somehow to the new to digital users, they feel this is a lot of complication and I don't want to do it and it's taking away a lot of my precious time. But I think it's important to keep telling them that this is to keep your funds safe. So this is not for you to feel that this is complicated and I will not use digital solutions anymore. It is to tell them that it is to keep you safe, to keep your funds safe, and also to understand that what works best for them in their busy lives. Because a lot of people who are at the underserved level, they might be spending one full day of going to the banks or financial service providers and losing out on their day's wages if they do not use digital solutions. So to tell them this is going to work for you and how it needs to work, sometimes in their own languages, sometimes pictorially, sometimes voice enabled, all those I think
Great point.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prernaji. We have space for one more question. Any last question? Yes? Kindly pass on the mic.
I'm Charles Kenyeki from Kenya. I have one question.
Yes.
As more and more citizens use services through, let's say, a platform offered by the government, who meet the cost, the convenience fee? Is it the government? Is it the citizen? And what is the experience? Can you share with us?
Yeah, would you like to, anybody would? So first of all, when you want to offer the digital payments as a service to the citizens, I think it would be a little bit unfair for them to pay for the services, because you are looking at them migrating from the cash to digital, and if you start putting a fee on the user, it might be a little unsustainable from a scale and conversion standpoint. However, the more sustainable, because the real-time payments rail are also built for P2P and P2M, right? So number of times we have seen the P2M, which is person to merchant, in which the payment system is provided as a service to the merchant. Merchant pays a small merchant discount rate, MDR, to the ecosystem that gets shared between the acquiring bank, the network, and the customer's bank. That becomes a viable kind of solution, and you may take a call that you may want to charge only the large merchants, and small merchants continue to operate it free of cost, which is very, very close to what the model India has been trying to do, or India has adopted. So I think maybe you could look at that balance, but definitely I would not advocate to charge the customers.
Just to add, I think one has to look at it on a different way as well, and one has to look at it from the country context. So there is an infrastructure cost, which is the central infrastructure which is to be built in. Who bears that cost? That's one. Then you have various stakeholders which are there, which includes the banks, the non-banks providing services. So they also will be investing in supporting their customer base. They also incur a cost. Then there are the end users, who would be merchants, the ultimate users as well, who are normal customers. So what is the objective? Is it to bring everybody on board? Then that also brings about the cost of the infrastructure. Who bears that cost? What is the benefit? So you have to do a cost-benefit analysis. It will not be like one solution implemented in one jurisdictions would be able to replicate in a different jurisdictions as well. So even if the end users, like in India model, it is not free of charge. But at times the end user may be ready to pay a minimum fee, but it should be proportionate. It should not be exorbitant, which could be balance the convenience vis-a-vis the cost of doing the transaction in cash. But having said that, one has to look at the objective. One has to look at the objective of financial inclusion. The already excluded person, if you bring in cost on them, probably they will resist in joining that. So you have to balance whether you want to do for some financially excluded people, you want to give them a different type of a fee structure. That has to depend on each country's how you take into account the various aspects.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And with this, I would request session chair, Mr. Mohammed Khamis Abdullah, to give his concluding remarks, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, all. Thank you, organizers, for having me here, and it's a pleasure. And of course, it's the first time me being in India, especially in Pune. And maybe what I can say about the digital payment and financial inclusion, I'm trying to look at it in the practical way of it. If you look at, if I talk about the perspective of Tanzania, we don't have issues on the system itself, the payment platforms, because we have several of them. We have the mobile money payments, we have the banks, internet banking. We don't have issue on that. But if you look at the financial inclusion here, what you mean, you look at the someone who is really in a remote area, and he needs to access a government service. He needs to access that government service. How do we facilitate him to get that service? So that means if you look at it, you need to talk about the rural connectivity. How do we connect those underserved one to get this service? And also, you also, I think we also need to look at the literacy level, the digital literacy level. Someone in that remote area, he doesn't know, he has never seen a computer, he doesn't know what's digital economy. How do we include him? How is he able to get those access of the government services? And sometimes also we need to look at the penetration of the smart devices, digital devices, smartphones. And of course, you know, most of these devices are not cheap as such. So if you look at the whole of this ecosystem, the digital payment and financial inclusion, is like we need not look at only the urban areas. Most of the country, if you look at the urban areas, the F1 is able to access those services. But we need to concentrate more on those remote areas. For example, in Tanzania, the country is almost in 945 square kilometers. So someone who needs to access in a very deep remote areas whereby you don't have even electricity, even there's no connectivity. How are you able to connect him? So I think we need to look at to be more practical. We need more practical and look at in the whole scenario. So for us, maybe if I look at in Tanzania, of course, we have done something on connecting the underserved one to be part of that ecosystem. And we actually, the government what did is it established what we call is a Universal Communication Access Fund. So that fund, what it does, we partner together with the private sectors. There is a fund that the government contributes, which is about 60% of it. And the private sector has to contribute to the 40% of the money. And that money, it goes to the remote areas. Usually we take their mobile towers to access 2G, at least minimum. We start with 2G, 3G, and then we upgrade to 4G. At least we make sure the whole country of coverage, we have good connectivity. So once we establish that, the financial, at least those in the remote areas, they will be included in the financial payment systems. And we also, on the digital payments, we also try to go ahead, we put some regulatory frameworks. We have also enacted the Data Protection Act, which was just recently, and it was established in 2022, just last year recently. And we have E-Government Act, we have Cybercrime Act, we have e-transaction acts. All these we look at. If you put citizen into the digital transaction, we have a lot of risk there. So at least we need to focus and pin them with the regulations and with these acts. And we also, as Tanzania, we are trying to lay out fiber optics fibers in the whole country. So look at the country, we have 32 regions, and by this year we have almost able to connect almost 25 regions. With fiber connectivity. And this, of course, if you take fiber, at least even the cost of internet, it goes down. You see, it goes down, the cost of internet goes down. And we also are trying to connect from that level of the region. We need to go also to the level of the district. And then we need to go down to the lowest level of the village. So everyone has to access the internet. And that's what we are trying to focus at as a government. And we are trying by 2030, we need to reach there. And if you talk about the digital payments that I said before, we don't have any issues on here because we have several of the platforms. We have almost in the country 6 mobile operators, and everyone operates in digital platform. In banks, we are all perfect. We are all good. Even in government, we have a national gateway whereby all these mobile transactions, they pass through the gateway and it's working perfect. In urban areas, we have no issues, but the issue is that someone who is in that remote area, how is he able to access the government services? In general, Mr. Moderator, I need to say that means as one earth, one family, one future, we need to move ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Come on, everybody, let's have a louder round of applause. Come on. Thank you very much for that very intriguing session. And may I request our moderator, Mr. Dilip Asbe, to please present a token of our appreciation to our chair, Mr. Muhammad Khamis Abdullah, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information Communication and Information Technology, Tanzania. Thank you very much for chairing this panel discussion. And can we have a memento for Dr. Pawan Bakshi, India Country Lead at BMGF, Financial Services for Poor. A round of applause. For Ms. Nilima Ramteke, Senior Financial Sector Specialist at the World Bank. And for Ms. Prerna Saxena, Asia Regional Lead at the Better Than Cash Alliance, UNCDF. And may I invite Mr. J.L. Gupta, Director NEGD, to please come up and present a memento to Mr. Dilip Asbe for moderating that session. And before we move on to our final session, may I request the panel to please come forward for a group picture. We We're immediately going to start with the next session, so may I request everybody to please remain seated. It's the final session for today, the final panel discussion. Thank you very much to the entire panel. Thank you.
Quick change order. अरे किधर गए? यश, चलो. You have to be ready.
We're quickly going to switch over for our next session. The next panel discussion will shed light on the interconnected network of courts and utilization of online document sharing to enhance the efficiency of delivering justice. Yes, the discussion will be based on DPI for judicial systems and regulations. I will start introducing our panel, and by the time they change, we can all join us, you can join us on stage after that. We are honored to have the esteemed presence of Mr. Mark Ramkeri Singh, Chairman of Trinidad and Tobago, who will be chairing the session with great expertise and insight. Guiding our discourse with profound knowledge and passion, we have the privilege of having with us Mr. Surya Prakash B.S., Guiding our discourse with profound knowledge and passion, we have the privilege of having with us Mr. Surya Prakash B.S., a remarkable researcher, advocate and community builder in the field of judiciary and governance. His invaluable contributions and collaborations with courts, tribunals, governments, researchers and academic institutions make him a true catalyst for positive change. May I invite Mr. Mark Ramkeri Singh and Mr. Surya Prakash B.S. to please join us on stage. And joining us are the esteemed panelists, Mr. S.K.G. Rahate, Secretary of the Department of Justice, Government of India. He brings a wealth of experience as an esteemed IAS officer with an illustrious 32-year career in various capacities within the state and central government. Mr. Ashish Shiradonkar, the astute Registrar OSD at the Supreme Court of India and the member of the Systems E-Committee, is a recognized expert in e-governance whose invaluable contributions have left an indelible mark on the field. Ms. R. Arulmozi Selvi, an exemplary district judge and member of the Human Resources E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, has profound insights from her esteemed tenure in Tamil Nadu Judicial Service, enriching our understanding on this crucial subject. And Dr. Maria Grazia Squicharini, the esteemed Director of Social Policies, AI and CEO at Social and Human Sciences Sector, that's SHS of UNESCO, France. She brings a global perspective and extensive academic background, further elevating the discussion. Please join me in welcoming the entire panel up on the stage. Let's have a round of applause as our panel, our moderators and our chair come up on stage. Yeah. So mic it's on. Let's start. Yeah. Over to the panel.
Thank you for this opportunity and welcome to all the panelists. Thank you to the chair for agreeing to be part of this discussion. In all humility, I think this session will present to you the most complicated use case of DPI. Most of the other discussions have been very sector specific, finance, health, etc. But what we're talking about is for the justice sector, for law and regulations, what would DPI mean? Really, if you look at it, the justice system or the law and governance is really downstream It's the outcome of a lot of other information that comes from other sectors. Ultimately, the justice system, the courts, are an information clearinghouse of laws, of judgments, of facts, of investigation reports. So when you're talking about DPI for the justice system, it's a fairly complex ask. Now, what has happened, fortunately for all of us, is the way India has handled digitization for the courts over the last 15 years or so, have invaluable learnings for all of us. We are now at a stage where we can look back at what has happened and look ahead at the exciting prospects. So I am so grateful that we have with us the Secretary Justice, Rahate sir, to share with us. I request you, sir, to start with sharing what has been India's journey so far on the digitization journey. And then we'll go on to the other aspects. You can go to the podium, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
If the PPT could please be put up.
Yeah.
Back office. The presentation, please. Yeah. Please.
Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, dear friends, a very good evening to all. Firstly, we are very thankful to MITI and NEGD for giving us this opportunity to showcase some important interventions taken by Government of India, Department of Justice and Supreme Court of India to create some very impressive IT infrastructure in the Indian legal system, as well as some very user-friendly e-services for the litigants, for the lawyers, and all stakeholders. When we talk of digital public infrastructure in the Indian legal system, information, communication, and technology enablement of judiciary, and digitization of Indian courts, let me inform this august gathering that Department of Justice under the Ministry of Law and Justice, in close partnership with the Supreme Court of India, is associated in this exercise of digital transformation of Indian judiciary. In the Supreme Court, there is a dedicated setup in the form of E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, which is headed by none other than the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud ji. For today's session, besides me representing Department of Justice, we have two senior members of E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, Shri Ashish Shiradonkar and Mrs. Arul Mozi Selvi, who would be presenting the DPI in judiciary. I shall be giving a brief overview of the journey of digitalization of the Indian legal system, with special focus on the flagship e-courts mission mode project. My colleagues, Mr. Ashish Shiradonkar will give a glimpse of the special features of the project e-court, and Mrs. Arul Mozi Selvi will present the human resources and capacity building challenges in the implementation of e-courts project. Before we go through the IT infrastructure created in the Indian legal system, a brief overview of the legal landscape of the country. India, with a landmass of 3.3 million square kilometers, is the 7th largest country in the world. It is a federation of states, and we have 36 states, UTs, administrative units, districts, number 766. Our population is 1.42 billion. We were second most populous country in the world just few months back, and in April, we have surpassed China, and we are today the most populous country. Our constitution recognizes 22 languages. Against the huge geographical area and the huge population, the legal system that has been functioning in the country is basically based on the Constitution of India. We have a single integrated judicial system. We follow English common law, and the Indian Constitution codifies the various provisions for Constitution and the working of the Indian legal system. And the Constitution is the supreme law of land. Our Constitution provides for India as a sovereign, socialist, secular and democratic republic. We are a federal polity with division of powers between center and states. There is separation of powers between executive, legislative, judiciary as guaranteed by the Constitution. Our judiciary is independent and they interpret the Constitution. Against this legal system, the setup in our country, the legal setup is the apex court at the national capital Delhi. There the number of judges are 34 and they are presently handling 68,000 cases. We have high courts at state capitals numbering 25. There we have judge strength of 788 against the sanction strength of 1100. And the high courts are handling 6.08 million cases. Then the main layer is the district and subordinate courts. We have 21,000 district and subordinate courts with a strength of judicial officers in the range of 20,000. And the district and subordinate courts are handling 43 plus million cases. These are civil and criminal. So when we conceptualize this flagship digital intervention in the form of e-courts mission mode project, the challenges were very significant. The vast population required huge infrastructure. 2/3 of the population are in rural areas. Then we have diverse socio-economic, cultural and linguistic backgrounds of the people residing in the country. And our districts are also, some of the districts far-flung and in difficult terrain areas. There is a digital divide amongst the population and also lack of legal awareness. This project, which was conceptualized, was part of the National E-Governance Plan, the E-Courts Mission Mode project. And this was to transform the Indian judiciary by enhancing the judicial productivity and making justice delivery system more accessible, cost-effective, reliable, and transparent. The first phase of e-courts, which was implemented from 2011 to 15, basically catered to the nuts and bolts of digitization, like it provided for the computer hardware, then the connectivity, and also for coming out with the e-courts portal. And in that, phase 1, we could computerize 14,000 plus courts. It had an outlay of 9.35 billion Indian rupees. We connected the courts through local area network. Laptops were provided to judicial officers, and video conferencing facility was enabled between 347 jails and 493 court complexes. And the common information system software version 1 was introduced. Phase 2 began in 2015, and from 2015 to 2023, phase 2 was implemented, and it focused mostly on the citizen-centric e-services. During phase 2, around 18,735 courts were computerized, and all these courts were interconnected through wide area network. Solar energy backup was provided in select courts, and video conferencing was enabled between 3240 jails and 1272 court complexes. If we together see the IT facility and the e-services created during phase 1 and 2, some notable achievements are: we could create this national judicial data grid. It's a data repository of court cases, the case status information of the cases, and the judgments and orders. We could make available 7 prominent e-services: SMS, push-pull, email, e-court, mobile app, e-court services. Video conferencing was made available in all the 3 layers: Supreme Court, High Court, and the district and subordinate courts. And during the COVID, this infrastructure was so very helpful. Because of this infrastructure which was created, we could conduct court hearings even during COVID, and actually we conducted 27 million virtual hearings during COVID, and it's a world record. Then we, for transparency's sake, live streaming of court proceedings were introduced. Then we brought in e-filing, e-payments, virtual courts where the physical presence is not required, and the adjudication was done on a virtual platform. E-Seva Kendra is a one-stop shop with all the logistics for the common man for coming out with e-filing and e-payment. Justice app is for the judges to manage the courts. We have this national service and tracking of electronic process for electronic service and issue of summons, judgment and order search portal, which makes available free of cost all the judgments. So these are the IT infrastructure and e-services that were created during phase 1 and phase 2. Now, this year in the union budget, the government has announced the launch of e-courts phase 3, and this is with a very impressive outlay of 72 billion Indian rupees, almost 4 times the outlay of phase 2. And the main USP of phase 3 is that phase 3 will bring in a regime of end-to-end digital and paperless courts so as to maximize the ease of justice. When we talk of the key theme of the Global GPI Summit, ease of living, ease of doing business, ease of governance, but then these goals cannot be achieved without ease of justice. And that is what our phase 3 e-court project aims at. And it has some very ambitious targets. We are going to digitize all the legacy records of the courts. It's almost about 31.08 billion court records. 25 petabytes of cloud infrastructure is envisaged for data management. 1,000 paperless courts would bring the proceedings under the digital format. We plan to have 1,150 virtual courts for eliminating the physical presence of litigants and advocates. Then we plan to saturate all the court complexes with the e-Seva Kendra, which is a one-stop shop for e-filing. Because while we are digitizing the legacy records and the current records, we want that the percentage of e-filing should also increase, so that in the end, the objective of end-to-end paperless courts we are able to achieve. We plan to have live streaming in 300 court complexes, expansion of e-filing facilities in 18,000 courts, and video conferencing will be further expanded to 10,200 facilities like district hospitals, additional courts, jails, police stations. So this is broadly the overview of the 3 phases of e-courts project, that is the flagship scheme of Government of India being implemented jointly by Department of Justice and Supreme Court of India. The details, the glimpse and the salient features of this e-court mission mode project, I will ask my colleague Ashish Shiradonkar to present the details. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll present on the e-court services and glimpses of some of the main features and functionalities of the e-courts project as such. See, these are the various services that are available to the litigants, to the judicial officers, and to the advocates, and even to the citizens of the country as large. The services that are available to the litigants as well as advocates are categorized into various types of services. There are 7 service delivery channels through which the services are provided. One is the web portal. On the web portal, a citizen can just browse the portal and can get the case status, the entire case history, the next date, all the events that are happening in the case, the orders, judgments, the business that has happened in the case online. We have also provided a mobile app which anybody can download, the litigant or advocate can download from the Google Play Store, and it is also available on the iOS platform as well, and can create the portfolio of the cases which are pertaining to the respective advocate or litigant, and can get the alerts about the events that are happening in the respective case. Another service delivery channels are regard the email and SMS. Through email also, proactively the courts are sending mails, and through SMS also the courts are proactively sending the SMS to the litigants as well as advocates on occurrence of every event in the respective case. Those who doesn't have access to these digital tools as such, they can visit the e-Seva Kendra, a facilitation center that is set up in every court complex where a citizen or a litigant can avail those services. Online payments is also one such facility that has been provided to the advocates and litigants who can pay the court fee online, including court fee, fine, penalty, and judicial deposits as well. Online e-filing of the cases, that includes e-filing of the cases, digitally signing of the cases, and uploading of the documents, filing of interlocutory applications. So all such facilities are available on the e-filing platform. Virtual courts is a novel concept that we have introduced, especially for trying the traffic challan cases or the traffic violations that are happening in the country. Earlier, the violator has to visit the court, has to physically visit the court, and the judge has to physically preside over the court and adjudicate the case. Then the violator used to plead guilty and pay the fine. But now this works in an asynchronous mode. The challans are automatically sent electronically to the court. The judge presides over the court and then adjudicates the case online. The violator gets the SMS about the fine or the adjudication that has happened in the case, and then the violator can plead guilty online and pay the fine. So this work in an asynchronous mode, that neither the prosecution nor the judge nor the violator has to sit and meet at the same time, so that meeting is avoided. Facilities are also available for the judicial officers and the judges as such. So Justice Mobile App is one such facility that is provided to the judges of the country, where they can have the court in the mobile app. So they can browse the pendency, they can see the cause list, they can see the important cases, they can see all the alerts that are happening in the courts. Paperless courts, this is also a kind of application that has been developed for the judicial officers, where they can get the access to the case files, which are e-filed by the advocates, even from the comfort of the home. Integrations is also on the cards, and we have integrated with various government agencies like companies, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, for getting the company's data, which is required under the ease of doing business. We have integrated with the land records department, and also we have provided the APIs to the government institutions, especially state government and central government institutions, for integrating their litigation, the government litigation. We also integrated it with the criminal justice system, wherein the first information report and the charge sheet is electronically made available to the courts, while the courts are sharing the case status, order judgments to the prosecution as well. We also developed the open APIs and are published for the high courts and district court as well, and those APIs are currently availed by the government departments. The National Judicial Data Grid is a case repository and mine of the case data, all these case data, and you can see the number. Currently the National Judicial Data Grid has 188 million cases which are pending and disposed. So this much voluminous data is there in the National Judicial Data Grid, with 215 million orders and judgments. And for high courts also around 42 million cases pending and disposed are there, with 11 million orders and judgments. These are the glimpses of how the services are provided to the citizen. This is a portal ecode.gov.in through which the services can be availed. This is a National Judicial Data Grid, njdg.ecourts.gov.in. This portal is an example of transparency and is acknowledged by the World Bank as an innovation in ease of doing business. So the entire pendency and the disposal is thrown open to the public and can be seen on the NJDG portal. This is the judgment portal. On this judgment portal, around 11 million cases, orders and judgments, final orders and judgments of the high courts are made available, and 35,000 judgment of the Supreme Courts are also made available. There are various search criteria like free text search, combination of phrases, any word. So all these is available free of cost to anyone who wanted to view the judgments or search the judgments. Neutral citation concept has been recently introduced by the E-Committee for the High Courts as well as Supreme Court of India. So next is capacity building challenges in e-courts project. So I request my colleague Arul Mohi madam to take up further.
Thank you, sir. I think it's remarkable the amount of data that the e-courts project has made available has sparked many a research project and a lot of engagement with the functioning of the courts. But as we all know, ma'am, if I just take 30 seconds, the judiciary, and it's the common thing in many countries, is the most resistant to technological change. So it is now, ma'am, looking forward to hearing from you how you went about handling this challenge.
Good evening for all the excellent audience on the dais and off the dais. So lot was taken through by our secretary regarding the hardware, software which has taken place in this great institution of Indian judiciary. I will just be focusing on the humanware part, how this human resources were made ready to handle this technical infrastructure which was poured in. So that was the main challenge which we had in the e-courts project. As our secretary was mentioning, there are 25 high courts with 22 languages. So with the enormous number of more than 20,000 district judiciary judges, high court judges, court staffs with many regional languages, our challenge was in taking this training part to them was the greatest challenge. In e-courts, I think I am now visible to all of you. So thank you, sir. So it was a real challenging thing because we had the judicial hardware in place, software in place, but how to take up this court staffs and the judicial officers, the advocates, all of them on board with us. In e-courts phase 1, I'll just share with you the challenge we had. In e-courts phase 1, this training part was outsourced to a computer training department and it did not work out. The problem was they couldn't understand the need of the judiciary. See, I was a judicial officer, what is my requirement? And this complicated judicial system, my trainer was not able to understand. So the then chairperson of the e-courts project, Honorable Justice Madan Lokur, came up with a very innovative solution of creating an in-house training challenge. So that is how this e-courts TOT model, which has been flourishing all these more than 10 years, I'll just explain to you how that challenge was taken up. So we went on with this TOT model. So the judicial officers and the court staffs who were very expertise in computers were selected from the district level and from the high court level, and they were trained. They were even coined as master trainers. Even I am proud to say I am one of the master trainer, and we have the training system starting from the national level. So some of you must be wondering what is the new technique in this TOT training the trainers. But for a system like India where you have 25 high courts with 22 regional languages, the challenge laid there because whatever training we need to give to the court staffs, we need to take it in the regional languages, in the language they know. So since we had 22 languages, 25 high courts, so we created this module wherein we have a national level training where one person from each state is called, which we have the core team at the national level. So we train the national level core trainers. So they go back to the states, they make this content because we give them the presentation, materials, everything at the national level so that it is standardized, so that the uniform training takes forth in all the states. They go to their states, translate it, and it is given in the regional languages in turn in the states and in the district level. So this is our training model which you have been taking. And the stakeholders, as you know, we have a variety. We have been, in phase 1 and phase 2, we have been training the judicial officers, court staffs, technical staff. In one of the meeting, the Attorney General of India proposed that why don't you train the advocates also to bring them on board with all these digital things. So then we have now in phase 2, we have trained the advocates also. We call for creating the master trainers in advocates. So we had a very enormous response, and now we have more than 4,500 advocate master trainer in place in every districts and taluk centers. So once a new project is implemented, it goes to them and they become the one point of contact. And we also have regular awareness campaigns for the litigants and common citizens. We also have a dedicated technical team. So we in Supreme Court level, we have the E-committee. In every High Court level, we have created a central project coordinator and there is a technical team. And in the district level also, we have a system administrators, system officers, thanks to E-Court project, who takes forward this line of implementation of the E-Courts project. So we have many categories: induction training, refresher, awareness, advanced, project specific. I'll just deal with only one thing, this project specific training. For example, our secretary also put forth the video conferencing hearing, and we are one of the world leaders in conducting the video conferencing hearing. The infrastructure was there from phase 1. When COVID stepped in, there was a necessity to take up this video conferencing hearing. So what we did in the capacity building, so there were no rules then. So even during COVID, the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud was then the chairman of the E-Committee. So he constituted a committee to frame the rules for this. So we now have a place, model rules for video conferencing for courts, model rules for live streaming and recording of court proceedings, model rules for e-filing. Why I am sharing this is, what we create in e-committee is, we create the model rules at the central level. As you know, there are 25 high courts which have different rules according to their regional needs. So we send the model rules to them, so they customize it according to their rules and it is notified. And that is how we have these wonderful figures. District Court had 19 million cases, High Court 7.8 million cases, Supreme Court 4. We have an exclusive video conferencing hearing because for the district level officer, we have trained them how to mark a knife is shown during a video conferencing hearing. How can it be marked? So we have training sessions like that. A doctor connects from a hospital who shows the material object, how to mark it. So we give rigorous training on this project-specific video conferencing hearing, and this is one of the glimpses of now our Supreme Court of India is also live streamed. And all the constitutional bench cases is now live streamed by the Supreme Court. And India has in place the model rules for live streaming also, which is one of the capacity building measures of e-courts project. And this is also one of the recent capacity building. We have collected data of, there are more than 900 visually challenged court staffs throughout the country. We have collected the disabled people's court staffs, judicial officers also, and we had the first ever visually challenged digital accessibility training. We have audio capture in place. We have a special SOP, how to create accessible court documents. So this is one of our close to heart capacity building which we are doing for visually challenged people also. So with these thing, we have so far achieved more than 5,51,000 and 363 thing. And you can see even during COVID, May 2020 to December 2020, our digital trainings have reached more than 1 lakh people. So this is the methodology in which we are doing the thing. And the major challenge for us, this is my last slide, and the major challenge is whenever we go for training, the attitudinal change is the thing which is very tough to break, starting from the judges, starting from the court staff. Why I should take up this ICT thing, why I should learn this ICT thing. For example, you will not believe the entire Indian judiciary is running on open source. Why should I learn this Ubuntu? Why should I not take up? So this is the attitudinal change. Once that is done, then there is no looking forward with which thing. And the second point is the digital divide. As our secretary has also said, we have in place, there are people who are not able to use the laptops and things. For example, we offer the e-court services. There are litigants who are not aware of these, who are not digitally enabled to use it. So we have the e-courts, e-Seva Kendras in all the taluk levels, which caters to that need. And regional languages, this 22 regional languages is also a challenge, which I think in phase 3 we will be using this AI to do all this regional language translation. And this continuous upgradation of law, that is also a great challenge, which we are trying to have many refresher training programs. So with that, I come to the end. It's great presenting our e-court project before this August gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the concerns, factors that you raised on digital divide, linguistic divide, challenges there, I think on DPI front, India has made significant advancement in overcoming linguistic challenges through software and algorithms. E-courts phase 3, as we look forward, is going to take on these challenges head on, and hopefully we'll have much more to talk about on that front in the next year. I now request Dr. Julian to share her thoughts from whatever you choose. You can, yeah, whatever yours. It's on the podium. It's on the podium.
You can leave it there, so I see even better. It's fine. So you'll see me even better. So good afternoon to everybody, and I know I'm the last one, but perhaps that's a good a good time to bring all the conversation together and put some general comments on the top of everything we have heard so far, and actually throughout the morning. So please, if you put on my slides. Right, so what we are discussing today is really digital public infrastructure and what it can do for the judiciary system. The question is, we have heard mainly the opportunities, the help that digital public infrastructure can bring us. I would also like to talk to you a bit about what are the challenges at stake and what we might need to do in order to address them. So let's start by really looking at the opportunities of all this. To start with, as we heard now, DPIs in the judiciary system can help not only greater access to the judicial system, but also better, easier, right? Things are faster, things move in a much clearer way, there is more transparency, there is a flow of communication that makes me feel also at ease with what has been done. And of course, this is because there is information supply and sharing. As we said, perhaps better information, more information, one-stop shop where I can find things, and so I know exactly what the case is about and where I can find my information or how to supply additional information. This, of course, leads to enhanced efficiency of the system itself and, of course, of the reliability. Ultimately, imagine, and I'm sorry for the lawyers in the room, lawyers are very expensive. They go by the hour. So the time you decrease means less cost for the users and more efficiency for the system. So, of course, lower costs means also democratization of the system. And if there is one place where all the information is at the same time, chances are there are going to be less mistakes and less oversights with respect to what is information that is relevant to a case. And let's not forget that countries differ. I mean, I'm from UNESCO. We have 193 member states. So we are very much aware of how heterogeneous our constituency is. And of course, there are countries in which you have common law systems where precedents matter. And it's not a given, especially, for instance, in a big country like India, that you know each and every case dealt wherever else in other states. So, helps also from that front. And so, of course, that helps screening and addressing issues. Now, however, I want to bring your attention to, we can call it like DPI in the judicial system put on steroids. That is, by the time artificial intelligence enters in the game, because it will. It's a general purpose technology that is already being used in order to screen cases, to check the information, to make an analysis of the text. And so the question becomes how to make sure that DPIs actually deliver on the expectation we have on them. And also, of course, in the judiciary system, but the points I'm going to make are more general than that. And how to ensure that the right institutions and the right regulations are in place in order to actually get DPIs powered by artificial intelligence. So UNESCO, at the end of the 2021, got adopted by its member state our recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which, as you can see from the graph on the right-hand side, has a number of policy areas detailed in it. And this morning we touched upon a number of them, health being one, for instance, and sets a number of criteria for AI to be ethical. Now, by the time I say ethical, I don't mean anything philosophical. Ethical means that we have to put people back at the center, human rights and human dignity clearly at the center of what technology is meant to do and meant to be. And so, actually, let me go directly on what are the principles that are inside the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI that apply directly to DPIs in the judicial system. The first one is the need for human oversight. Not because there are machines, not because systems are automated. We have to give up on control of things. There must always be someone that is held responsible to whom me as a person can go and check and has responsibility for it. And this is really important because when you have AI systems that are used in the judiciary systems, you need a number of safeguards because this actually ensures that there is the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. And this, of course, needs to happen throughout the judicial system, and that ensures the rule of law. And the principle of oversight for this is key. We with it also, it goes the prescription in the recommendation that AI cannot be granted legal personality. I mean, it can't be in a judicial system that there is a mistake and says, oh, okay, who is responsible for that? Oh, well, the machine, the computer. I mean, this is simply a non-starter in judicial system, as well as, for instance, in health or when it comes to employment. So the recommendation actually states that member states should do anything in order to have the responsibility and ultimate accountability of what AI systems produce as a suggestion for a decision. And, of course, this requires some regulatory frameworks to be in place that actually allow for an overarching approach to the whole problem. Another thing that is very clearly stated in the recommendation is the need for transparency and inclusivity. It was said several times today, and actually this refers to also the need for AI governance mechanisms that need to be inclusive, transparent. You need multidisciplinarity to address these issues. I mean, here you have an example. You have IT people working together with lawyers, normally with judges, in order to ensure that the system works and accounts for different perspectives. And also you need multilaterality. That is, I'm sure that in development of the judiciary system, users were asked to test, to see how feasible it was, how useful it was, how easy or difficult, in order to understand who could be not able then to follow. Then an important principle that it is especially important by the time we talk about judicial system is redressal. That is, by the time you do wrong, you have to have in place mechanisms that actually allow you to redress the problem, to fix it, and also to remediate with respect to what has happened. And again, this is fundamental for freedoms, for instance, for human rights. And that, of course, calls also for the possibility or the need to have certification mechanisms that actually allow you to check that you're doing things in the right way, especially by the time that the application you're talking about, and of course the judicial ones they are sensitive. So there are issues that relate to the personality, to the data, to the core of being a human being. And for doing that, you have to have in place relative and robust oversight and monitoring mechanisms. And actually, this is something that we have been developing over the last year together with experts, and is encapsulated in our readiness assessment methodology, which actually became available last week for everybody to have a look at it and see how to check that all the right principles and actions are in place, or otherwise, anyway, find solution to the problems observed. And last but not least, in order to see whether something works, we need parameters to assess it. Because, I mean, too often we hear like results-based management. Okay, agree on the results. Agree on how to assess them. What is tolerable in the case of the judiciary system? What is the percentage of mistakes? What is the oversight that is tolerable? These are things that regulations need to agree upon, and systems then need to be designed and implemented in order to agree on that. And then that's a moment in which international discussion, benchmarking, good practices become very useful. And then another point that was made before is one about the need to account for diversity. We heard about the languages, but this is true with respect to race, gender, location, because it's not the same thing to be in a rural place very far away from the next court as to be in the capital and have access to also the best lawyer on the market. So there is also an important work to be done in order to fully take into account consideration related to not only, let's say, societal diversity, but also cultural and social diversity. We mentioned several times attitudes, stereotypes are very ingrained in people's minds. So in order to have the take-up and the uptake of this system, you need to feed people with the right information for them to have trust in the technology and be able then to use it properly. And last but not least, this is the last slide, is really about the data biases. There can't be any decision that is unbiased if it relies on biased data. So this is a key component on any decision, whether through AI or not. You need to have the right data in place. You need to check that the right data are in place, because otherwise systems, automatic system, ultimately will discriminate against someone. And with that, I just want to mention that we're very happy to start the conversation with Nielit here in India for the implementation and actually for the human capital upskilling that is needed in order to have a trust-based adoption of these new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Julian, and thank you for that reality check. While we've been talking about DPI, the justice system is so sensitive. It really is a clearinghouse for very sensitive information of citizens. And if I may add some things that you have not touched upon, data breach, privacy, profiling, right? All of those. But I may also add that digitization need not necessarily lead to AI-based justice system. It need not mean automated justice system. It can be, the guardrails are required, but we need to take baby steps towards, this is really a very sensitive area that can affect lives, livelihoods, and independence. So, fascinating, thank you, Dr. Julian, for that. With this, we now throw it open for the questions from the audience. Please feel free to take, if you could please help with the mic there. Do we have time? How much time do we have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes for questions. 3 questions we can take, yeah.
Yes, my name is Mohamed Mashak again, from Director of ICT, Ministry of ICT. I really want to applaud India for the way they are doing all these live streaming courts and judgment. I just wanted if you can share with us, as now most of us, we are trying into having this justice system. How is it integrated from the time that the statement is made at the police by this suspect, the way the investigation is done, and until at the end the judgment is made to the court and this suspect goes probably to the prison. So when you talk about this, how is it, are they talking to each other? Maybe to share that experience. Thank you.
Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. When I spoke of the upcoming phase 3 of e-courts project, that envisages this integration with the criminal justice system. Actually, in Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs, that it handles the prisons and the police system. So they have also initiated one e-project in the name of ICGS, Interoperable Criminal Justice System. It has 4 verticals. One is police, second is forensic, third is prisons, and the fourth one? And the courts. So in that, like ICGS system and this e-court phase 3, so we have a provision of integrating it so that when a FIR is filed, the investigation and the charge sheet, when it is submitted to the court, the cognizance by the judicial magistrate, and then once the court proceeding begins, so it is end-to-end integration that will take place in this e-court phase 3 project. Thank you.
First Vice Minister of High Tech from Armenia. I want to continue the first question, if I may, about the investigators. So, are you keeping the investigation material how long? From active to passive stage? And when you are keeping it, who has the access, if I may, and where do you preserve it? It was the first question. And
sorry, the question again?
Sorry?
The last question I didn't get.
It was the first question and the last so far, but it was relating to the investigators, where you are preserving it. To continuing the question which my colleague was just asking. So this was the first question. So second, I want to go to the colleague from UNESCO to asking what do you think the right ethical standards are in this fast-changing world globally on relating on the regulation of AI. So how you see from the UNESCO perspective that? Thank you.
Hello? Yes. Regarding your first question, that how the data is stored and how the access control mechanism is in place. So we have a complete access control mechanism in place, that who will see the charge sheet when the evidence comes to the court, then who has the access to the evidence, and for how long it is to be preserved. So in the phase 3, there will be a massive digitization that will take place in the country. We have over 25 petabytes of data that will be captured in the phase 3 in the form of the digitized records that comes from the prosecution, that comes from the police, that comes from the advocates, and the records which are generated by the courts in the form of orders, judgments, and all that. So we have a digitization standard operating procedure in place to cater all these kind of requirements that will come up in the future. So right now also the access control mechanism is in place, and we are storing the digitized records in the digital repositories which are created in the courts.
And you keep it everything in India, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is completely in India.
So how many petabytes you said?
Now 25 petabytes is reserved for this phase 3.
Okay.
So it will be massive digitization that will going to happen. Around 700 crore pages will be digitized.
So, is it working now? Yes. So there is no such a thing as the perfect framework. But there are some elements that need to be there for any framework that has to be ethically compliant in terms of AI. So we have explicitly in the recommendation a number of principles and values. And then there are, as I've showed very quickly, the 11 areas that need to be covered. And actually, in the readiness assessment, we actually propose each and every country, and we are actually starting now to work with 40 countries around the world, most of them actually in Africa. I have a few ministers here representing countries we are really proud to start working with. And the idea is to assess not only the infrastructure, but also the regulation that exists. And then we are now finalizing, and will be launching very soon, a tool that is called ethical impact assessment. That is, we are fully aware that a lot of AI is already out there. It's already working, it's already integrated. And you need to check that whatever comes out of the funnel is actually respectful of human rights and human dignity. And there are very easy ways of doing that. It takes a bit of work, but this doesn't impinge upon the further development of innovation, and it's actually practicable in reality. I think all of you have been it's been brought to your attention the latest development on generative AI, right? And all the problems about how we are going to do about this, whether we should have a moratorium or not. For instance, UNESCO has come out very clearly saying that moratoria have never worked. It's not going to be the first time that they will work. And in addition, the rules exist. The issue is moving towards the adoption of a common rule that will facilitate the life of everybody, because it would also ensure the peer learning from each other and advancing. And this actually is the recommendation that we have, and we have, let's say, all of you here are, let's say, your countries have been signing on to the recommendation. And so this puts the framework of what is needed to have an ethical AI in place.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
I remember, my name is Rajiv Chawla. I remember 20 years back, the land records became electronic in the country. And the largest number of disputes are about land records. While some of the states while some of the state high courts have shown interest in connecting to the land record system, the others have been, not very exciting. Secondly, it's not just picking up the data from there. It's even pushing the result of what you're doing. Every time you pass an order, most of the time it does not get implemented on the administrative side for various reasons, right? Lack of awareness, not sending the data. So I think a time has come where the E-committee and people like you at the central level should ensure, and I know that there is a challenge. You have 36 states and union territories, and land is a state subject. So therefore the way systems are maintained are also different. But that's actually the intervention which will actually bring fruits of the outside the system. Your system is now more of documents, etc. But when you will integrate databases and start pushing records, every time you give a stay or you give a judgment, I think then the value will come. And I am sorry, I have not seen very exciting results from the land records front.
So if I may answer that on behalf of, we were just discussing this while we were talking about the presentation to be made. In fact, land records integration, the APIs were one of the first to start. So you're right that the court system is pulling data from land records. The pushing API is also in place. It's in place. It needs to be taken up by the government department. So, but on your question, it's a larger question on whether just this information exchange, why are we not seeing any result in pendency or faster disposal times? That really is the question before all of us on process re-engineering, on process changes that can, because those are hard rules. This is information exchange. The actual hard rules in real life, what happens when you land up in a court, that process re-engineering needs to happen to back up the capacity, to back up the technology that is facilitated.
And we have been taught that one of the important component of DPI is the regulation. It's not just the IT system. We were told in the morning that DPI is different from e-governance. There are lots of regulations which have to be put in place. Now, the fact that you have API, who cares? I mean, people say that this country is a graveyard of e-governance projects. We are now talking about DPIs and not e-governance. So the fact remains that regulations, etc., are as important or perhaps more important than the APIs. I mean, somebody should do a fact check and find out in how many cases is the judgment which you are pushing back. Are you pushing, number one? Number two, if you are pushing, are there technical and administrative mechanisms on the receiving side to start, for example, a suo motu incorporation of that order into the land records? If not, what are we achieving?
Absolutely right. MC, do we have?
If I may add, regarding the coverage of states, the number of states who have onboarded on this land record integration, in the Government of India, the Land Resources Department is following up on this. And so far about 18 states, like the high courts have allowed. Of course, the state has to give the consent, and the high courts have integrated the land records with the e-code project. But yes, other states need to be onboarded, and the Land Resources Department under the Ministry of Rural Development, they are on the job. And yes, as far as pushing the records are concerned, because when I said that 43 million cases are presently pending in the district and subordinate court, so out of that 76% are civil cases. And most of the civil cases, the land records are very pertinent. So definitely when the land records can be pushed, once this integration happens, the judgment and orders can also be seen on the NJDG, that is our data repository of courts and judgment. But yes, this needs to be further fine-tuned, and E-Code Phase 3, when it talks of integration with criminal justice system, it also talks of integration with the land records. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Dr. Makaseri, and the panelists. Hand it over to the MC.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause for this panel, everybody. And may I request our moderator, Mr. Surya Prakash BS, to please present a token of our appreciation to the chair for this panel, Mr. Mark Ramkari Singh. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. May I request Mr. Surya Prakash to please present a memento to Mr. SKG Rahate, Secretary of the Department of Justice, Government of India. Thank you for that presentation. We'd also like to present a memento to Mr. Ashish Shiradhonkar, the Astute Registrar OSD at the Supreme Court of India. can we present a memento to Ms. R. Arulmozi Selvi, the exemplary District Judge and member of Human Resources E-Committee, Supreme Court of India. And finally to Dr. Maria Grazia Squicciarini, the esteemed Director for Social Policies AI and CEO at the Social and Human Sciences sector of UNESCO. And for our moderator, sir, I'd like to take the opportunity to present a memento. All right, thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause. Everybody, a louder round of applause for this panel. That was the final panel discussion for today. May I request the panel to please come forward for a group photograph before we end. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of day one of this remarkable event, I would like to make a few important announcements. Firstly, let's have a collective round of applause for all the speakers that came up on stage today for day one. The speakers, the panelists, moderators, and the chairs who shared their expertise and insights with us today. Thank you to the panel. Thank you so much. And I would also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our esteemed guests. That's all of you for gracing this event and making it memorable. Before we conclude, I'd like to remind you that tomorrow morning we again start with day 2 at 9:30 sharp with a session on digital document exchange for efficient service delivery. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp. Thank you very much to everybody. The Global DPI Summit exhibition is on till 6 p.m. today and will be on for the next 2 days. So please make sure you visit that. We have some exciting things to showcase there. And I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you very much and have a great evening ahead.